Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome everyone to Kohacon Day Two. For everyone who's back for a second day, it's awesome to see you again. And everyone out there on the internet, wow, we're excited to see the numbers climbing and so many of you from around the world joining us. For everyone in the room in Te Whanganui-a-Tara, Wellington, I've just got a brief health and safety announcement that I need to read each day, so I'll do that now. So, in the event of a fire alarm, we need to make our way back out the auditorium entrance. We turn right, exit the building onto Aitken Street, where we came in, and then we turn left towards the construction site and wait there. If you are in the seminar rooms, which is our kind of chill-out breakout space across the way, we go out the same exit as well. Once we're outside, we go it's about 100 metres down the road, and we gather there. In the event of an earthquake, we immediately assume the brace position in our seats, just like on the Air New Zealand videos. And if you are standing, we need to drop, cover and hold. Sorry to reuse my material from yesterday, but my 5-year-old daughter would say, do the turtle. So I'm not going to do the turtle here, but you know what that means. If you're in the seminar rooms, do move away from the windows and take cover underneath the furniture if you can. There's tables on one side away from the windows. Once the shaking has stopped, should we be in an earthquake situation, wait for instructions from the venue staff. Evacuation may not be necessary. So in the event of any other alert or emergency, just stay calm and wait for instructions from the venue staff. As for toilets, if you haven't seen where they are, there are some on your left as you come in the entrance on Aitken Street, and there are another set if you walk past the stairs and there's a door, and those ones are not labelled. Anyone can use any bathroom. Okay, so that is that. For a little bit of housekeeping for today, for anyone who is joining us for the first time, our Twitter hashtag is #Kohacon20, and the official conference account is @NZKoha. We are using a platform called Slido for questions, sli.do, and again you can use the same hashtag, #Kohacon20 there as well. But without further ado, I'll come back to some other bits and pieces later, but for now I would like to introduce the first keynote presentation of the day. We're very happy to have 3 very special people here to deliver that talk, and it is the original Koha development team of 1999. So we have 3 people here. One is Rachel Hamilton-Williams, the founder of Katipō Communications and the leader of the team who convinced the Horowhenua Library we could write an open source system, starting this whole fun thing. So Katipō Communications still hosts the Koha mailing lists, and possibly a couple of Koha sites too, and help people along the way to finding the resources they need in the community. So we also have with us today Rosalie Blake. Welcome, Rosalie. Rosalie was with Horowhenua Libraries from 1981 until 2009 when she retired. At the time when Koha went live, Rosalie was the manager of the libraries. So made some really important decisions that has affected thousands of us all over the world. Rosalie served as the regional and national councillor for Lianza, and was also heavily involved with the revamp of the public library statistics and the 1995 edition of the Public Library Standards for New Zealand Libraries. And last of all, we have Chris Cormack, for whom many around the world that will be a familiar name. Chris is a developer at Catalyst IT in the Koha team. He's our technical lead, and he is one of the original developers of the Koha open source library management system. He's also a passionate enthusiast of using open source and open data for the betterment of te iwi Māori and Aotearoa in general. Please join me in welcoming Rosalie, Rachel and Chris.
That's up there already. Good morning. Tēnā koe katoa.
Kia ora.
Rachel indeed is a very persuasive speaker. But the Koha story goes back a little bit further, in fact 25 years, when a wise councillor at Horowhenua District Council informed her fellow councillors that on average they spent 2 minutes a month talking and thinking about libraries. They were shamed, as well they should have been. But she was persuasive, and she told them that perhaps a group of interested citizens might do better than 10 councillors who could only spare 2 minutes a month. She was persuasive, as I said, and so Koha was born. So the Horowhenua Library Trust was born. She gave me 5 trustees who were business people from our community, and that's a key thing to remember. These are not just any fool who's climbed up the public service. These were wise business people who knew about things. And when they had a problem, they recognised it. We're going to move forward a couple of years. We've got to 1999, and the whole world was worrying about what the computers were going to do when we got to the year 2000. And it was all going to happen at midnight on the 31st of December 1999, for those of you who are still old enough to remember back that far. In New Zealand, we were equally worried. And in Horowhenua libraries, excuse me, we had, I can't remember what we had, let me look. Wrong page. We had an old system, very old, quite shaky. So we thought, this is back about July or August of 1999, maybe we need a new system for this new millennium that's coming. So we looked around and we found some splendid systems that were hideously expensive, not just to buy, but to run as well. There was no sort of low-key efficiency about connecting our branch libraries. Or there were systems we could afford, and they were dreadful. They were mediocre and worse than what we had. Are you clicking that? What's up? Look, it works.
I'm clicking.
Sorry, yes, she's doing great. So bravely, we decided we would commission somebody to write a new library system that fitted our needs in Horowhenua District libraries. And when we'd done it, we would give it all away. Hello, what happened to the business heads of my trustees? But they went with it. And this in 1999 was when Windows was king. So why did we decide we could do it differently? Open source? What? We had the people to explain it to us. They convinced my trustees, and off we went. While some very big organisations in New Zealand, you may remember the police force, were spending millions of dollars doing the same thing, commissioning new software, and it never worked the way they wanted it. However, always optimistic, always convinced of our luck. We had the trust, who were going to be wise and guide lightly. We had Katipol Communications, whom we knew and trusted because they'd been managing our library systems for years and years. They were trustworthy. And we had my staff, who knew how things worked and knew that they could explain it because they were smart people. I had employed most of them. And we were all sure we could play our part. And in the beginning of January 2000, when we opened our libraries, the first part of Koha opened with us.
Nice fireworks.
Great fireworks.
Great fireworks. Y2K.
So there we are.
Thank you.
Somebody else is taking over.
Yep.
Me now?
That's you now, Chris.
That's me a long time ago.
I was going to say, there will be a quiz later as to how many young Chris photos I've snuck into this presentation. I knew my audience. You're all going to just want to watch baby photos of Chris.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think if I hadn't been that young, I never would have said that we could do it. I think the arrogance of youth, I guess. So yeah, there was a small group of us. the night of New Year's Eve, I was at Rachel and Simon's house, and we were inside working because we hadn't finished it yet. And so we ran outside and we saw the fireworks from Wharepoti. It's been renamed to Wharepoti Street, Warepoti Street back then. Ran kind of across what was Athletic Park and saw the fireworks out there, and then ran back inside and kept going so that people could issue some books when the library opened. That was the bit that wasn't quite working yet. That's kind of a semi-important part of a library. You could catalogue them, you just couldn't give them to anyone. So that was kind of what Koha looked like out of the box. Pretty neat for 99, 2000, and a lot of that, most of that was Rachel's work. All the look, all the UX, all the words that exist now that didn't back then, Rachel was doing them. UI stuff, business analysis, project management. I just typed. So Koha is pretty much the product of these two and the rest of the library staff. I didn't know how a library worked from the inside. I knew how it worked from when I went to the library at university and tried to get a book out, and things happened and they either gave me the book or they didn't, and then they usually told me I'd pay them some money at some point. So I used to go up to the library as much as I could and be on the floor there and get a feel for how it is and watch people issuing and have a go at issuing books, and then go back and sleep on someone's couch and write some code to try and do that. So it's agile before that was a thing as well. It was so agile that we had no process. Maybe not quite agile. Dogma's not something we do. So that was the acquisition screen. I still think it's better than the acquisition screen we have now, but that's just because we did it. It's been changed a lot.
We understood that one.
Yeah. One of the interesting things was because it was a trust, they got audited, so the acquisitions had to be actually really tight. Had to be accountants would go through and check that what they said they'd spent actually tallied with all the other systems. So it was hard work, but we got there. Is that pretty much me?
Yeah,
yep.
that's
Sweet.
it. Cool. So we'd made this thing, and we'd convinced the Library Trust that they needed to be open source, because despite the fact that they trusted us, we weren't sure we really trusted ourselves to be around for as long as their previous library system had been there. And so we thought open source was definitely going to be their salvation from that point of view, that they were not going to end up left with this kind of orphan system that, much like they had been, they weren't going to end up with an orphan system if we could convince some other people to be interested in it, and the way to do that was to be open source. So despite the fact that we spent a whole lot of time working out how you make a library system, turned out that was harder than it looked. We actually put a lot of thought into how to make it so that all of you would want to be involved with our kind of crazy scheme. And so one of the things that you have to do when you make a new thing is you have to name it. We spent a lot of quality time in a coffee shop, I think, in Levin, trying to decide what to call it. And we came up with Koha as a name. And that was for a bunch of really interesting reasons that played out, as it turned out, several years later. One of the reasons we liked Koha as a name was because it was quite unique, but it was, in our opinion, not lawyers though, untrademarkable. That it was a common enough word in New Zealand, that Māori is an official language here. We could have called it the free library system, also untrademarkable, but we actually didn't want you to think it was free. We wanted to think that actually, we kind of maybe wanted to start you out thinking it was free, and then you would realise what a web of obligation you had in fact bought into. And here we all are. Yes, so the point about the name Koha, and I did spend an awful lot of time on mailing lists, kind of gently explaining to people that it was pretty much the opposite of free, and that we were giving what we had, and we would really love it if you would give what you had, and that was that was the meaning of the word, that it wasn't free at all, and it wasn't a donation, that it was a web of obligation. where we all gave what we could. We were not asking you to give more than you could, but that we all gave what we could. And then we did all the regular things. So this is before Facebook and social media. So we did regular media. So that was a picture of me at a computer, which was what people thought it was. So that was fine. So we did a lot of explaining about what open source was and what a library system was. And I forgot my box. We even made a box because people didn't understand that it was software. We would go to conferences and do a presentation on it, and people would come and go, but what is it really? And we discovered that if we made an actual box that looked like an Adobe box for software, they were like, oh, it's software. Yeah, you've pointed, good, spotted another one. Yeah. And we did a couple other things that I think this one demonstrates, is we made sure that the Koha branding and imaging was quite different to the Katipo branding and imaging. So we wanted to make sure that when another company wanted to pick up Koha and use it with their clients, that they weren't up for a whole lot of expensive rebranding of Koha. They could concentrate on that. And if they wanted to rebrand it, they could. We definitely made it you could do that. But that our marketing materials and our support materials for the companies was aimed to make it easy for those companies to get involved, and that the barriers to them getting involved was low as well. So it wasn't just that it should be pretty for the libraries, but that it needed to be attractive to the other companies. And I have to say, I was super pleased to see that one of the presentations yesterday was on marketing, because I think that marketing can be pretty hard, especially for the people who spend their time coding, and that sharing that support among the companies is something that I really wanted to build into the Koha story and to the Koha product. And now I think... Oh, it's on the picture! At the bottom. It's down here. Here we go.
Oh, yep.
So my prime marketing tip, I would say, actually, for conferences, that orange in the back is a piece of fur. So it's a very cheap thing. It's a piece of fake fur. The number of people who will come to your stand to touch a furry thing, and it's like a little catnip spider web thing for librarians. And of course, once they're there touching your wall, they kind of have to talk to you. Right. So now we're to here,
Yes.
which is you.
Yeah, so amazingly other people wanted to use it as well, which was quite neat. So it wasn't, as you'd expect, when people are still working on it the night before it goes live, it wasn't quite polished enough for us to kind of throw out to the world at that point. So we didn't actually release the first release of Koha for people to download until around about June. So it had been in production for a while. We'd tidied up all of the hard-coded things that you just do at the last minute, so that every library wasn't issuing to the live-in branch, so that it doesn't matter where in the world you're issuing a book to live in. So we had to fix all those. We released it, and then within hours, people who were talking to us on the mailing list, and it had been downloaded, and within days, other people were using it. And so one of the first people was Glenn Stewart, who was somewhere in Michigan, somewhere in the Detroit area, in one of the motor industries that no longer really exist there anymore. One of those, he never told us which one, but he had downloaded it and used it to catalogue all the manuals of their cars for their engineers. So they'd never had an actual searchable catalogue. Another really interesting one early on was that someone had downloaded it to use in a video store, which is what we used to have in the olden days. And in the olden days, you used to have to go to the store and look on the shelf and hope that that movie you wanted to see is there. This allowed people, they put the OPAC essentially as the video store. You could reserve, like you do in the library, or request, a movie and go to the video store, and it would be there waiting for you, which was revolutionary. So pretty much we started Netflix as well. And then you can see...
credit for that.
No. So this is a really neat little graph, and that's just a number of... This is just code contributions. This doesn't count all the... There's at least as many, if not more, who do documentation, work on the bugs tracker, all sorts of others. But you can see it's a nice graph. It's not quite exponential, but it's a good upward thing. It hasn't tailed off. We don't need to squash this graph. We'd like it to keep growing. It's
not a squashable.
Exactly. And so, yeah, that's kind of the number of committers. So, and just from, some stats from last week. And this was only when I ran it on Friday, whenever I ran it. So there's probably more. We'd already had 122 different patches. So patches are changes to the code. They can be tiny, they can be massive. From 17 different people just in a week, all around the world, and 290 of them of different patches, all those same patches were tested and signed off. And then, there was 15 different organisations, different companies, different libraries involved in those just in a week. And so in the 6 months kind of to date, there's been 1,442 patches for the next release of Koha, which is next month, which is amazing. And of those, they've been pretty much... You've got double the amount because every patch needs to be tested twice, once by a sign-off person and then once by QA. So those numbers are usually double how many have done. And if you think a patch, you average it out, it's going to take someone somewhere between 2 to 16 hours on an individual patch, depending on kind of the complexity. It works out to a lot of days of work and a massive amount. There's a whole Kokomo model of software development. We're up to like 600 years worth of development in 20 years, if you worked it out, if you were actually trying to all do it in a linear fashion. I think that's kind of me again.
You're done?
Yep.
Now, Rosalie.
A little snippet that Chris missed, after he released it in June, as he said, you could see from the mail coming in that there is a time lag around the world, and Koha was keeping ahead of it. You could just tell where people were coming from, that they had discovered Koha. The world was ready for it. Look at all those lovely people, and the lovely ones who made it here too. We've got Koha. It's rolling along nicely. What challenges can we give you? We've got climate change. We've got huge forest fires in Brazil and Australia. We've got tornadoes and floods in places that have never had it before and in the wrong season. We've got heat waves. We've got melting ice sheets. Is the world going to be sustainable? Are libraries going to be sustainable? Well, how about starting with little things like turning off the lights, not only the lights in your library, but also the lights on all your screens, even the OPACs. Or slightly bigger things, getting in double glazing. Insulation, solar panels, they're getting cheaper by the month. And how about carpet? When you need to buy a new carpet, please, for the sake of New Zealand's sheep farmers, don't put in synthetic carpets. You remember it winds up as teeny little dots of things in the bottom of the ocean, and it poisons the fish. Wool is dear. We make no apology for it, but you'll never find it in the bottom of the ocean. When you've finished walking on it, you can compost it. All good. Was that all I was going to say?
That's you. Here you go. So I
was going to talk about massive supplies. You're lucky enough to get a new building to play with. Yes. Have you considered passive heating and cooling, never having to put more electricity into it? And maybe even a green roof if your climate permits. Rachel.
Now, I see actually we're running a little closer to time than I thought, so are we okay? Yep. So, we thought there wasn't that much to say about the birth of Koha, actually, that you probably already heard it. So we thought we're going to a library conference. What we should really do is read a book. So in part of my other life, I worked with Mandy Henk, who wrote this book. And in one of my classic pieces of convincing, so you convinced Rosalie that we should talk about climate change and how to have a carbon neutral library. So that is what the rest of this is about, which is what are the things that we should go forward with to have carbon neutral libraries. And actually, I was going to say, you're halfway there in that one of the things that Mandy certainly recommends is that you all run Koha. So you're going to do this one again?
Is
No?
it? Yes, I am. What else can you do? Mandy kept saying, you need a strategy. Well, what's your strategy about transport in New Zealand? Worldwide, 14% of greenhouse emissions come from transport sources. In New Zealand, it's 19%. Why have we got 40% more than everybody else? We could be smug here, of course, and say, oh, but 80% of our electricity sources come from renewable sources, and they're clean. We have hydroelectricity and geothermal and solar and wind and maybe tide and who knows what next. But it remains a fact that we use massive tanker loads of petrochemicals, and every time we pump it into our cars, it emits more carbon dioxide. What about a bike? Wellington City has a book bike. Does your library have a car? Is it electric? Could a bicycle do the same job? What can we do to encourage bikes? Some things are easy. Little parking spaces. E-charging for e-bikes? Not hard. Books in your public library. You've got books about mending bikes, of course, because bikes have been around for centuries nearly. But have you got a new book about changing your bike from an ordinary bike to an e-bike? Aha. And lastly, your patrons who come by bus, would more of them take the bus if the bus stop was closer to the library? Maybe.
It's you.
Cool.
Yes.
Actually, in Johnsonville, they've done that. The bus stop is right outside the library. It's perfect. It's right outside the library and the swimming pool and the mall. It's like right in the perfect place. So it's not super hard to do if someone thinks about it. That's the hard bit. So the other thing to think about, and this is really important in terms of not just libraries, but anywhere you're using IT, is where are your servers? Where are your servers physically located? Where are they in Australia? Are they burning coal-powered electricity? Are they in New Zealand and they're using hydro? Those kind of things are really simple things that you should factor into the equation of where you're buying your services from, who you're hosting with, what are the policies of the companies that you're using? Are they at least trying to offset some of the carbon, even though that's a bit of a doesn't really happen, but that if at least they say they are. But yeah, where they're physically located is a big difference in terms of the power that they use and the power where the power is generated. We're lucky in New Zealand, as Rosalie mentioned, that a good percentage of our power comes from renewable sources. So it makes sense to have your servers. Also makes sense in terms of latency and stuff to have your servers closer to you than in a cloud that you don't actually, that's overseas and is burning coal to power it.
This one is a picture of, this is a picture of a new solar farm in India opened by the UN quite recently. That's kind of cool.
I think that's by Bangalore, maybe, by the airport, yeah. I think I've been past it. Oh, damn it.
All right, and so obviously one of the other things is we need to take care of our staff. So we need to look after our people, look after our patrons, look after each other. And this was, yes, an absolute way to sneak another picture of Chris in, really. But also I'm going to mention the other two guys in this picture. So one of them over there is Simon with the dark glasses on. He probably is the big trust thing for Rosalie and how we came to do this at all. He was the person who was looking after the library systems for many years before we went on this particular crazy ride. And some of you might remember Russell Garlick in the middle there, sporting another fine Koha t-shirt, who for quite a number of years was another one of the key drivers of Koha in those kind of early 2000s. Yeah.
Right up till 2008.
Yeah, and as good employers, we took them on boat trips occasionally. No, I don't think this one's me, actually. Here we go. So one of the other things, continue to work together. So this would be from us, the original team, to you, is continue to work together. Continue to share your knowledge and your experience and to not make each other reinvent the wheel. That would be awesome. And this is a workshop at a Kohacon?
Yeah, in Greece.
In Greece. Lovely. This one's you.
And this time I'm talking to the librarians among you, not the developers. You're wonderful people and amazing, and we love you to bits, but librarians are important too. What do you do in a library? You should think of the library as the living room of your town. You have parties there. This is Shannon Library having its Halloween party. For goodness, I don't know why we have a picture of this, but this is the sort of thing we do.
Next week.
We do all the time, and it's Halloween next week. Thank you, Rachel. In the Vin Library, we've counted people, and 1 person in 3 comes in to borrow a book. So the next person you hear say, libraries are about borrowing books, aren't they? No, they're not. They're about all sorts of other things. They're about people who come in to vote. Last week, I swear, the other 2 who came in were coming in to vote in the library. They come in to use free computers. They come in to learn a craft. Wednesday morning is when you learn about crochet. You come in to renew your driver's licence. And some days, not today, you just come in because it's wet and windy outside and the bus isn't going to come for another 20 minutes. Last story. Many years ago, I employed a bright young girl as a student assistant. She had just migrated with her family from a Pacific island. One day, when I was looking, I noticed her mother lurking round the library's front door. And I said to my student, and I must admit I can't remember her name, but I can still see her, why don't you go down and greet your mother and bring her in? And she said, my mother is frightened of the library. I asked myself how many other people in my town were frightened of my library. It's not a good thought, but it's one worth carrying on with. Keep your libraries friendly, keep friendly yourselves, do good to each other. Our Prime Minister, be kind to each other too. Thank you.
That's it. We thought we'd finish with a picture of you.
That's Greece as well.
That's Greece as well.
Okay.
And do you mind if I ask you to move a little bit that way just for a moment?
No one else can present.
Yeah, that's it. And now I've broken the technology.
Thank you so much. The original Koha team. Let's give it up for them one more time. I just have some little gifts to pass to them, and I'll do that now. Thank you all so much.
We were going to have questions, but we use that all the time.
That's all right. We've got a little plan where we will recover some time later in the day. There was no way I was going to cut that one short. In fact, I wouldn't have a job without these people. Many of us wouldn't. So it's a pretty special story. Thank you so much again. Our next talk today is by Sonia Bouis, and Sonia is the head of the library's documentary software at Jean Moulin Lyon 3 University and has been since 2011. She's been working for 19 years as a system librarian in several academic libraries and before that for an ILS provider. Sonia is the chairperson of the French association Koha La, which aims to promote the Koha ILS and the open source tools, other open source tools that they can also use. And she's been doing that for Koha La since 2015. Now, Sonia's talk today is dealing with personal data in Koha, from legal requirements to statistics necessity, the GDPR. Welcome on board. So we'll look forward to hearing about all of that from Sonia now. For today is dealing with personal data in Koha, from legal requirements to statistics necessity, the GDPR. Welcome on board. So we'll look forward to hearing about all of that from Sonia now. For today is dealing with personal data.
Hello everybody, I'm sorry not to be able to be here today, but with the pandemic we don't have the choice, it is what it is. I want to say that it's the first time I'm using this system, is the MOOC system of the university. I'm sorry not to be so able to be here it's today, the first time, but, it will be in the one shot, pandemic, so we don't have if the something choice, it weird is what it happens, I want to say don't that be it's surprised, the first time it's I'm normal. using this system. I want to give you my presentation, and you will be able to see some pictures of Lyon and of my library at the same time. Don't be surprised, it's normal. Let's begin. I want to give you my presentation. As you can see, I have hesitated a long time for the title of my presentation and didn't manage to make my choice. My main subjects were GDPR, but I have thought that it wasn't attractive enough. Use an acronym in a title is perhaps not the best idea. During my last presentation at the Dublin Kohacon, I was speaking about bibliographic standards changes, and I had already used so much acronyms for it, so I think that I have used my acronyms credits for all the Kohacon ever. Then I thought that it would be more catchy to talk about personal data. That is the real issue that we want to deal with, and it may be the subject that interests most of the attendees. And finally, I realized that what I really want to speak about is how the French user group Koala decided to fund this announcement. So, as I can't make my choice between this subject, I'm going to speak a little bit of each one. First of all, I'm going to explain the new rules about personal data protection that were decided within the European Union since 2018. These rules imply specific requirements of what is stored by software and website and how to inform people about it. As in libraries, the main software used is the ILS, it became a challenge to adapt Koha as it could handle what we have to do to respect the new rules. Koala, as a French Koha non-profit group, was rapidly asked to help Koha libraries to deal with the new regulation. To be short, Koala was created in 2007. It asked for a paying membership to organize its activities. In 2019, we had 60 institutional members and 20 individuals. My university is settled in Lyon, in France. We have been using Koha for 10 years. There are 30,000 students and staff in Lyon Free University. There are nearly 250,000 biblio-records in our Koha and 25 branches, free for the main libraries. I'm in charge of the Lyon Free University library softwares since 2011, and I'm the chairwoman of Koala since 2015. Privacy data has become a concern since most people are using internet for commercial, social, and administrative purposes. They are subscribing and storing a lot of personal details on databases and are feeding the big data. Activities and interests are also tracked to be sold for advertising purpose. The European laws needed to be updated to face those questions. So the European Union worked on new rules, and in May 2018, the new European regulation on personal data protection went into effect. I'm not a law specialist, so I can't explain it sharply, but I can give you the goals that seem the more relevant for the libraries. It's to permit patrons to give or withdraw their consent for data storage and processing, to understand how their data is being used, request for an access, have the right to be forgotten, and be able to export their data in an open format. Personal data are data that can permit to identify a person. There are any anonymous data that can be double-checked to identify a specific individual. They can be identification number, social identity, or physical or cultural characteristics. In library, it can be account number, student number, addresses, phone number, or sex. Again, I'm not a law specialist, but these new rules entail different focus points if you are managing a website or a software dealing with personal data. These following are not exhaustive, but are thought from my librarian perspective. First, you have to do an introspection work to know which data you stored and why. You have to list all the personal data you register in your library systems and then ask yourself if you really need them. You should store only the smallest necessary personal data you need and no longer than you need it. Second, you have to list all the processing activities you are doing with those data. Do you need it to communicate with your patrons, to inform them of available holds, or to send them overdue notices? You surely need data to evaluate your activities. The need of statistics is often a bottomless pit. Pay attention to declare all other companies that could have an access to the personal data, especially if you don't have your own servers and if your Koha is hosted. Then you have to inform your patrons. You should ask them their consent to store their data and to deal with it. And you have to list what you are doing with. So you have to create a form to ask the consent of your users. And you have to give them a way to give up their consent at any time. And the last really important point is that you can't keep their data for a long period. You have to clean your database and delete all personal data for people who are not active anymore and as quickly as possible. So, this is the goal you should reach to fit the GDPR compliance. But this is a long way. In my library, for instance, we haven't achieved it yet, and it's still a work in progress. Now, let's talk about the interesting things, Koha and the Koha community. I hope you're still here and that you didn't give up listening. What is going on the Koha community? I think the first person who began to work on this was Joseph Moravec from Czech Republic. Several IRC meetings were organized, so you can find minutes and log here if you are interested. And after, a special wiki page was created with all the actions to be done and the Bugzilla links to see the evolution. Many people were involved. I can't name them all, but at least Joseph, Kathryn, Marcel, Michael, Magnus. Just to focus on few but decisive enhancements. As I told you, GDPR asks for users to be informed and to give their consent of what will be done with their data. So a consent field has been added in Koha with a link with a special URL where libraries can explain how they will handle the personal data. To activate that, we have two system preferences, GDPR policy and GDPR policy URL. Libraries should not keep the personal data longer than needed. so options have been added to the cleanup databases script to make the erasure of data easier. The users should be able to change their mind, give up their consent, and ask their data to be deleted. So this information is now considered into the data deletion script. For this purpose, you can use 3 different system preferences: unscribe reflection delay, patron anonymized delay, patron removal delay. If you want to follow all the announcements, see the Omnibus Bugzilla tickets on this subject. All these features are great, but for several libraries, the anonymizing way chosen in Koha didn't match their needs, and especially in the French libraries. The French university libraries have a lot of figures to provide to the French state to justify their activities and their fundings. We have to provide information about our active patrons, in which year are they, which discipline do they learn. Most of the university libraries have an automatic import of all the students and staff from the university. They are all in Koha, even if they are not active. Until now, a script was used to anonymize the circulation data, called batch anonymized, but it removes the borrower numbers from the circulation history. So we can't make any reports that group the circulation history by borrower number. And if we can tell the number of loans done by the students in second year of law, for example, we couldn't tell how many active users there are. For all these reasons, the anonymizing way used in Koha didn't satisfy us. Now let's see how Koala get involved in all that. Obviously, we have organized sessions on this subject during our conferences, but nothing much more at the beginning. Koala is funded by the libraries that were our members, and in 2019, it appeared that we have money left after all our spending. So we decided to fund an announcement in Koha. Then we launched a call for proposition to the French libraries. 7 ideas were raised. We asked the French providers to evaluate the proposition. Are they doable? Is there already a similar announcement waiting to be integrated? How much time the programming work will last? And could it be integrated in the Koha community version? After that, we asked our members to vote. At the end, you have already guessed, the announcement chosen was about the pseudonymization of members and circulation data in Koha. We asked the French providers' solution and estimates. And we have chosen to order this feature to Jonathan Druart, aka Joubu, or Joubu, as Americans say. Before he began the coding, he sent an email on the Koha list to be reassured that what he was planning to do was okay with the community. After, he began to code, and when it was ready, he helped me to install my Koha Dev box to be able to test. It was very long to achieve that, so a special thanks to him. And then I was testing, I was finding bugs, so he was coding again, and I was testing again, and so on, several times, but not that much. Finally, these features have been integrated in Koha. First, the feature that had a pseudonymization process for patrons and transaction. To be GDPR compliant, we can keep the borrower number for a long time in the Koha tables, as it is considered to be a personal data. But we need a key to determine a single active borrower to be able to group our reports on it. So the better solution was the pseudonymization, because it transforms the borrower number in a crypted number, but there's no more link with the personal data. To be sure that this new feature would not disturb the previous way Koha works, two different tables were added in the database: pseudonymized transaction and pseudonymized borrower attributes. You can switch on the copy of information in those tables with a preference system called pseudonymization. In the pseudonymized transaction table will be registered information about the patrons and circulation, whatever the circulation is: checkout, check-in, renew, on-site checkout. You can choose which information about the patrons you need to keep, and a new preference system called pseudonymization patron fields, and the one about the transaction in the new preference. Pseudonymization transaction field. A lot of library added important information for them in the patron attributes. So another table, pseudonymized borrower attributes, is dedicated to store the attributes that are marked as copyable for this purpose. Second, the feature that adds the ability to purge pseudonymized data. If data in these tables are pseudonymized, we can't keep it all the time, so we need a new script to be able to clean the content of this table. The preference systems are too hard to say for a French girl. Sorry. So, these new features will be in the next release of Koha, in the 2011 release. To conclude, I would like to say that there are many actors involved in these features. First, the French library that made the functional analysis and sent it to Koha, the Rennes 1 University in Brittany. Then our members who vote for it, also the Koha board team who work on all the process and tested the features, Jobu as the Koha programmer, and finally the QA team and the release manager that validated and integrated it in Koha. So I just want to say that it's not just programming. Koha is a huge human team, and it is one of its force. As long as we are motivated and that the community is numerous, I'm sure that Koha will continue to be greater and greater. Don't hesitate to contact me if you have any questions, but for technical questions, perhaps you should ask Jobu. Okay, so it's all for me. I hope that it was clear. Again, I'm really sorry not to be able to be with you, because Kohacon are really great moments, really interesting, and it's so fun to be able to meet other Koha people. So have fun. Thank you to Aude that helps me for my MOOC, and goodbye.
Just be a minute. Okay, yeah. Just got a question in for the tech box. Hey, Mark. Is this the presentation? Will I be able to click through? I was just going to go to a different slide. And I'll just give Rebecca a moment to get the stream going for the next session. Oh, we're streaming now. Hi, everybody. Just sorting out one thing really quickly. Thanks, Mark. Just wanted to open. Well, while we're here, I haven't even said thank you to Sonia. So that's something I must do anyway. Sonia, that was a really awesome presentation. I really loved the style of it and to be able to see you and feel like you're here with us. So, yeah, thanks so much. And your work really helps us whenever we need to answer questions from organisations wanting to know more about how privacy is handled in Koha. We can say, well, the work's being done to support the GDPR, and it makes those conversations flow much more easily for us. So, while I'm here, I just wanted to take a moment, which I haven't done today, to say thank you to our sponsors. As I mentioned yesterday, without our sponsors, we can't keep Kohacon free, and that's a really important part of the whole project that, as Rachel and Rosalie and Chris expressed this morning, that we share everything that we can, and we don't put up any extra barriers to being part of the project. So thank you so much to all of the sponsors who you can see up on the screen now. Without your support, we just can't do this, and it's so much appreciated. So next we have, I'm going to invite the Catalyst Koha team to come and join me up here. What we're going to do is very soon play the Kohacon community video, which we've put together. But it's only a very short video, and we thought we'd tell you a little bit about how our journey of putting on Kohacon, and we thought it would be a nice chance for you to meet the team. So you'll meet everyone except for Tosca Wairea, who many of you have heard from by multiple emails. You will have seen social media activity from her. If you're here in person, she's done so much of the setup. So before we introduce everyone else, a huge, huge thank you to Tosca. I will let the team introduce themselves, and then we'll lead into the video which we've put together. I thought we'd do this in alphabetical order. That means we're starting with Alicia.
Catch me trying to work out the alphabet in my head. Kia ora everyone, my name is Alicia Amo here, and I have been a Koha developer at Catalyst for nearly 6 years. I was first exposed to Koha and open source through the Catalyst Open Source Academy, which if you've been active in the Koha community for a few years, you'll know about, which happens every summer. If you don't know about the Academy, then make sure you tune into the live stream tomorrow, because Ian, who is the organiser of that and our fellow Catalyst employee, will tell you all about it. Did I need to say anything else? No. Cool. Thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex and I have been working at Catalyst for almost 4 years now. I started as a summer intern and continued part-time while I finished my degree, and I've been full-time for just about 2.5 years. I really enjoy my particular interest in Koha data migration from other systems to Koha, and also training librarians. I really enjoy doing that. And I'm really passionate about travel outside of work. So earlier this year I was going to be going to Turkey and hopefully visiting some Koha libraries there, but of course COVID happened and I had to cancel that. But I'd really love to go to Europe and Turkey next year and hopefully visit some Koha libraries there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tosca, and no, Tosca's hiding down the back. I'm Chris Cormack, and I am the technical lead of the Koha team, which basically means I try and get out of these people's way and let them do work and try and stop other people getting in their way as well. What Alicia forgot to mention, she's been taking all the photos, so in the photos you saw yesterday, they look really cool on Flickr, she's been doing that. Hayley has been, who's going to be up next, I'm going to steal your thunder, has been in constant communication with Rebecca, who can't be here today because she's back at Catalyst doing the mixing of the live stream and keeping it all switching between us and recorded videos and live online and all that tricky stuff. So, and Alex has just been, who was on the reception desk yesterday, he's been doing whatever needs to be done. So they're all doing as much, and I'm just swanning around as usual, as is my wont.
It's not entirely true. Hi, I'm Hayley. I am the newest developer in the Koha team at Catalyst. I started full-time last year. It was my first job coming out of my Masters of Software Development. Before that, I did a Bachelor's of Linguistics and Teaching English. And I feel very lucky to have found open source technology this early on in my career, and very fortunate to be placed in such an awesome team, and to become part of such a great community where everyone really cares about the software and each other. And yeah, really excited. I hope the rest of the conference is really good for you.
Thanks, team. Part of the reason, we wanted a chance for you to meet the Koha team is that, everyone's been so busy organising the conference. And not just the first time, the second time and the third time as well, as the alert levels changed here. And we came after the lockdown in New Zealand, which was very short compared to what many of you around the world are going through. After that lockdown, we held on to the decision to plough ahead with Kohacon. It felt like we really weren't sure at the time if it was a good decision or a bad decision, but we felt that if we delayed it for a year, it still might not happen. And if we delayed it for a year or 2 years or however long it took, all of the knowledge that everyone had indicated they were willing to share would be lost, because in a year's time or 2 years' time, the stories would be different and other things would be the top of our mind, and everything that had happened this last year wouldn't be documented, which, of course, as library people, it's just not acceptable. So, we carried on ahead, and so for those who maybe aren't aware, we decided that we would have the conference here at the in the Te Akiwai Conference Centre at the National Library of New Zealand. And so we hired this space, particularly, even when we realised the numbers would be lower, we decided to stay here because we wanted to ensure we could take care of all the technical requirements throughout the conference. And we've been extremely well supported by the team. Mark and Tom up in the behind the glass in the what do you even call that? The technical control room, have been doing an amazing job supporting us. So thank you both, and please make sure you come out and eat the food. And so also, as Chris mentioned, behind the scenes we have Rebecca, who has been running the live stream, and Rachel, who has done our design work for us, which we're incredibly grateful for. So, and of course the support of Catalyst, and all of our other sponsors as well. So, when we realised that we wouldn't all be here in person, we were thinking of different ways for people to be able to experience some of the things that you experience at Kohacon in another way. So, of course, the natural one was, we can record some presentations, and we've done that, and of course others have done that, and we're so grateful to everyone who sent them in. But we were sad to miss out on seeing more of the Koha community faces. We're really to miss the hallway track with our colleagues who couldn't come. And again, a huge thank you and lots of love to all of those who booked their international flights and have since managed to cancel, delay or refund them. I hope that's all gone well for you. I've certainly heard of some who've received their refunds. But we're thinking of you especially. So, without too much further ado, we're going to show the community video that we put together. So a few weeks ago, we sent out some emails asking if anyone around the world would be willing to send a small message of greeting to Kohacon to share with everyone here in person and everyone around the world. And so we were really delighted to see the faces and hear the voices of our friends, and some we hadn't met yet as well. Also, just want to express my apologies to anyone whose contributions couldn't be included in the video. It was for reasons like when it got edited together by the videographer, there were certain things we couldn't include. So I hope we can find another way of sharing those, maybe through our Twitter or some other means. All right, I'm going to make it clear for the lovely Rebecca, who's running the stream, that I'm getting out of the way now and would like to present the Kohacon video.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai, haere mai ki Kohacon 2020. Hi, I'm Kathryn Tyree. I'm a Koha Services Manager at Catalyst IT.
Hi, I'm Alicia and I'm a Koha developer.
Hi, my name is Hayley and I'm also a Koha developer.
So together we're part of the organising team for Kohacon, which we are so excited to be the hosts for. And yet we are so gutted that not everyone can be here in person. So as part of wanting to have a chance to connect and see some more faces from around the world, we are putting together this video. So thanks heaps to everyone who's contributed. And thanks, in terms of the conference, thanks so much to everyone who has pre-recorded a presentation or is planning to get up in the middle of the night to do their presentation, has made their way to Wellington to be here as well. And thanks, of course, also to all of you who are watching online.
Hi, Kohacon 2020. I'm Farooq Hussain from Khan University, Pakistan. I have been working on Koha for the last 10 years. Bye. Thanks.
Hello, Koha community. I'm Jonathan, alias Joubu on IRC. I have been a Koha developer for 10 years now. It basically means I spend my day reviewing patches and integrating them into our code base. When I write new announcements, I promise to fix as many bugs as I'm letting behind me.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Phil from PTFS Europe, and we'd just like to send all our very best wishes from the United Kingdom to all our friends at Kohacon who we won't be seeing this year. And we hope you have a successful conference, and better times permitting, we look forward to seeing you again in the near future. We managed to get all the PTFS Europe staff online, and they want to send this message to you now. Hello.
Hello.
Kia ora everyone, my name is Jacinta Osman and I'm here at our beautiful campus at Toi Okomai Institute of Technology. Looking forward to seeing you at Kohacon. Bye!
Kia ora, it's Rachel Hamilton-Williams here from Catapult Communications on a very windy day in Wellington, New Zealand. Looking forward to seeing some old friends and to making some new ones. Really looking forward to hearing all the stories about how Koha is being used in libraries around the world. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Great, thanks. See you later. Bye.
Hi, my name is Ana Carolina. I'm a librarian and I'm from Brazil. I work at a school library in Rio de Janeiro called Biblioteca Professor Gilmar Luiz Novaes. Therefore, I want to say hi to all my colleagues that also use Koha all around the world. Bye-bye.
Hello, Kohacon 2020. I'm Lizette Scheer from the Latah County Library District, headquartered in Moscow, Idaho.
Tēnā koutou e te Koha whānau, huri noa e te ao. Greetings to all the Koha family around the world. My name is Lee and I work at Toi Okomai Institute of Technology.
Myself, Shambhunath Sahu. Currently, I am working as Assistant Librarian at Indian Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar, Odisha in India. Extremely thankful to the Koha community who has given this beautiful gift to the libraries of the world. Thank you.
Greetings from all of us at the McKinney Public Library. We hope you're enjoying this year's Kohacon.
From the Perak State Public Library Corporation, Malaysia. Hello.
Koha.
Koha good.
Koha good.
Koha good.
Koha good.
Koha good.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Tomás Cohen, de Cohen en el IRC. Me encantaría estar compartiendo este festejo y espero verlos pronto. Por favor, disfrútenlo muchísimo y nos vemos pronto.
Thanks again for watching, and thanks to all who contributed to the video. Ka kite!
And that's it. So I think we'll just leave on that happy note. That video just makes me smile. We're running a little ahead of schedule here in Wellington. So we'll be back at 11 o'clock for the next talk. So we're going to be having a break of nearly 45 minutes and back here at 11 o'clock NZDT. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. We're starting this middle section of the day with a presentation by Cyr La Rose. And Carolyn didn't always know she wanted to be a librarian, but it was written in the stars. She says as a young girl she didn't play house or teacher, but she played library instead. After trying out different things, nursing, science, linguistics, and after doing various orientation tests in high school, where she was told her best bet was to become a crane operator, she finally graduated with a master's degree from the University of Montreal in 2009. She worked as a children's librarian in a public library for several years, and she joined the In Libro team and the Koha community in 2017. So at In Libro, a Koha support company, she is responsible for data migrations, training and support. And in the Koha community, she is part of the documentation team and the French-Canadian translation team. In her free time, she likes to cuddle with her cats, knit, read and drink tea. Sounds a lot like me. She says it's not at all stereotypical, by the way. So, introducing her talk, it's about cataloging plugins. Discover the Koha plugin catalog, its purpose, its use, and how you can contribute.
Hello, everyone. So I'm happy to be here in my home to talk to you about the plugin catalog. Unlike the title of my talk, I'm not going to talk about plugins to help you catalog. I'm going to talk about a catalog of plugins. Let me just share my slides. So the plugins catalog, why, what, where, who, and how. So a little bit about me. I'm a librarian at In Libro, which is a support company for Koha situated in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I've been there since September 2017, so I'm very much a toddler in the Koha community, but the community, as always, is very welcoming, so I've integrated really well. And before that, I was a children's librarian in a public library for many, many years. All right, so why a plugin catalog? So when we try to do something with Koha, we don't know how to do it, and we don't know that there can be a plugin for that, unless someone tells us, or unless we think of Googling for a plugin. We will never know that there's a plugin for that. We know we can add plugins to Koha, but other than a Google search, or unless you know exactly what you're looking for, it can be hard to find the plugins. There is currently no single way to find the plugins. There are some a little bit everywhere on the wiki, on GitHub, on websites. In Koha2005, there's a new feature that links Bywater and, sorry for the pronunciation, Tiki GitHub repositories. That's a very new feature where people can download directly from the Koha interface from those GitHub repositories. But it's only those two organizations that are available right now, and there are many others who make plugins that are not in there yet. So you Google and you end up on GitHub, and this is what GitHub looks like. And if you're not a developer, this can be very intimidating. I actually had one of my developer colleagues tell me where to go because from there I didn't know what to do. So I was like, well, what do I do now? Where do I click? What do I do? So those are the main whys of the plugin catalog. So plugin promotion, to let everyone know that there's a plugin for that. I plug in findability, so where are they? They're all in the same place. And also the ease of download. So what do? I click here. So those are the main whys. So during the last Kohacon in Dublin, there was a discussion about this. I know we talked about that the ideal solution was to have like a store or something, but that's very far in the future. I don't think it's even in the works yet. And I don't think it's a priority right now for the community to develop that kind of store. So we wanted something like in between what we have right now, which is everything everywhere, and a store that would be more controlled. So Chris voiced the idea of using a Koha installation to catalog all the plugins that are available, just as if they were library documents, library books. So I volunteered to start this catalog. So it's available at this URL. So it's koharesources.inlibro.net. And this is what it looks like. So I just took some screenshots, or you can see what it looks like. So you can see it's a very plain OPAC. It's based on 1905, I think. We haven't updated it yet. I didn't do any personalizations. It's just a plain Koha. I did try to add some discoverability elements, like in the middle here you see like OPAC plugins or cataloging plugins. So that way people can discover new plugins. And this is what a record looks like. So it's the same as a regular library record. I put in like the programmers and the contributors and the description. This is all taken from the actual plugin code. So there's a description in the code. And this is what it says. There is a download link. It's not very visible, but it's here. Can I draw? No way. Anyway, it's here under online resources. It's not very visible, but it's just like a regular library record. So the online resource would be here. And this goes directly to the downloadable space of GitHub or whatever. So this is on a website, so it goes directly to the page on the website where you can download the plugin. So you don't have to look everywhere to find the download link. So far I've cataloged around 50 plugins, mostly Bywater's and ours in Libros. There are still plenty that need to be cataloged. I received some lists last year of plugins that need to be cataloged, so there's still a lot of work to do. But before going further, I wanted the community's feedback on this. Is this something that we want? Is this something that we should continue? Is this useful for the community or not? And, well, I'm just going to change my slide. So please join me if you can help. So if we do want to continue with this catalog, I would need help to finish cataloging all the plugins and also finding all the plugins, because I'm just like everybody. I don't know exactly where they all are hidden. So, and trust me, I'm not evil like Darth Vader, so you can join me anytime in this project. So how to help? Well, like I said, this is a Koha installation, so you would know how to use it. You just ask me for a login. I have my contact information in the last slide, so you just can ask me for a login, and I'll create a user account for you with super librarian privileges. And I also wrote some cataloging guidelines, but I'm by no means a cataloger. So if someone wants to look at that and see if those guidelines are okay, that would be good too. Also, if you're not comfortable asking me for a login and cataloging directly in that plugin catalog, you can also catalog on your own, either Koha or like market it or whatever, and send me the mark file, and I'll just import it in the plugin catalog. And also, any feedback and comments are appreciated. Like I said, this is something I started on the side after a discussion at Kohacon, but it hasn't been promoted or anything yet. So any feedback would be really appreciated. So I talked really fast, I'm sorry, but I'm already done. I'm free to answer questions on IRC. This is my information. If you want to see cat pictures, I'm on Instagram. So that's it.
Caroline, that was the case, and it was yeah, awesome to hear your talk. The Caroline asked for some feedback on whether we'd be interested to continue the work with her on cataloging plugins and Koha resources. I see a nod from someone I know could help with cataloging, so that's one plus so far, Caroline. It's something we talked about in the Koha team at Catalyst as well. About cataloguing things, resources that we use in the community. And one thing we were going to catalogue was Kohacon presentations. So I don't know whether we make one big Koha installation for the community of community resources, or whether we have multiple, but it feels like we could make a pretty great set of resources available using that little tool we know a bit about. Yeah, so thanks so much, Caroline. Be interesting to hear in maybe in Slido or Twitter if anyone wants to talk about anything unusual in their catalogue. I know that the Nichols Consortium catalogue cake pans, which is so practical when your child is going through a dinosaur phase and you want to make a dinosaur cake for their birthday. You don't want to buy a dinosaur cake pan, you want to get one out of the library. One of the libraries whose video we couldn't include earlier today is the Kolowai Public Library in the Kingdom of Tonga, and they, in their library, so hi Brendan and Kahua if you're watching, in their library they check out bicycles to tourists. So if you one day, when we're allowed to travel again, go to Tonga, you can go to the public library and hire a bicycle, and I believe that that also makes bicycles available free of charge for the locals to hire, which is pretty cool too. Any other interesting things in catalogues?
Ukuleles that
Huh?
students can borrow, and also a
Cool. That was Jacinta Osman from the Toyohomai Institute of Technology saying that they, for their students, they can check out a toolkit if something gets busted in their student flat. Or what was the other thing? And ukuleles, which is great. I think there must be a few musical instruments catalogued in Koha. So do let us know if there would be, maybe we can have the weirdest thing or the most interesting thing catalogued in Koha competition sometime. Right, we are running a bit ahead of schedule for those who are playing along online. And by a bit, we're actually running 15 minutes ahead. So, I'm looking around the room. We won't start, Kristina, we won't start your presentation early because we want everyone online to be able to connect at the right time.
But we can do the thing that I wanted to do.
But Kristina can get us ready for her presentation for those of us here in person. So I'll wait till the time to introduce Kristina, but Kristina is going to do a few things in the room here. It's fine to leave the stream running, and we'll be ready for Kristina's talk soon.
Hi everybody. I'm actually not going to give a presentation, but I do very much would like all of you to participate in my session. And for that, I need to scooch up together a little bit so that you have at least one neighbor and maybe also somebody you haven't talked to much so far. So you've got about 15 minutes to move around the room. And don't all have to come down here in the first row, but if you can at least concentrate somewhere so that you can turn to one or another person, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Oh, they are moving. I thought they were going to resist, but I see some movement.
We are on level 1, so it should be permissible.
It's okay. I'll find some things. I'm just going to make a short announcement, Kristina.
That's fine.
Everyone in the room keep talking, but for those playing along online, I thought I'd just give you a bit of a heads up that on Wednesday afternoon, I think it's at 4 o'clock New Zealand time, we have an awards ceremony happening. And not all of the awards are going to people in the room in New Zealand. So if you're interested to hear who might be getting an award, we just encourage you to be, if you were, it might be a terrible time of the night, of course you can watch it later, but if you do want to set an alarm for the middle of the night, we will be having a short awards time to close the conference tomorrow. We've still got, I guess we're just about halfway through Kohacon now, well, halfway through the conference sessions anyway. If anyone's got any questions about the working together sessions on the weekend, that's Saturday and Sunday, feel free to ask those either by emailing the organising team or Twitter or Slido. Probably Slido is the best place for questions. But we will be around on Saturday and Sunday, and we're going to keep things pretty low key. We'll work on what people want to work on and chat, and we'll have a video conference stream available while we're working together. So those of us online and in person can chat when the time zones allow. So that might be nice. Of course, we'll also be on our usual IRC. For those of us who maybe haven't used IRC before, it's a very Chris says it better, but it's a very old protocol for communicating across the internet, and it's you can have private chats or you can have group chats, and Koha's used it for how long? Forever. So the Koha community has always used IRC and continue to do so. But for those of you who maybe don't have an IRC client set up, if you go to the Koha community website, so koha-community.org, and go to if you Google it, Koha Community IRC, you'll find a page. But there's a page there for community support, and there's a link you can click to just join the IRC room in the browser. So you don't have to install a client. You can just join through the browser, give yourself a name, which some people it's their real name, some people it's not. It's the internet after all, and chat there. So yep, little note about that. So we'll just keep on hanging about for another 5 minutes. If I think of more notices, I feel like telling you all, I'll say them. There's a few minutes here, so if somebody has a little message they would like to put out to the world, or at least the Kohacon20 world, there's a couple of minutes spare now, should you feel like saying a few words. For those of you, actually for everyone, here comes a surprise. Kristina, who's with me and is our next presenter, took the photographs at Kohacon 2010, which we held in Wellington. And we're just going to scroll through some of those for a little while we have some spare time. Maybe if it happens tomorrow, we can even scroll through the 2020 Kohacon photos. Yeah. But let's have a little blast from the past, see if we can see anyone in the room. See if we can see any familiar faces. Oh, there he is. Fancy that. Oh, it's Paul Poulon from Biblibra and Chris. Oh, there's Mason at the front in his beanie. Mason's here. Oh, Bob Burchell in the check shirt. Joanne Ransom, she's in the house at the moment. Russell Garlick, who used to work for Katipo Communications. Oh, Robin Sheet on the end, Evian and IRC. Rosalie, who we heard from this morning. Rosalie Blake, the library manager at Horowhenua when Koha was first invented, ideated, as Joy Nelson would say. Oh, Magnus, I haven't had the privilege. Oh, Magnus and Don Christie in the middle with the white collar. Oh, Nicole was there. Walter. Magnus Enger from Librarians. Oh, here's Rosalie on the left. Rachel, Joe. Who's that in next to Joe? George.
Is a Chinese person who was the chairman of the board of the trustees
George was the chairman of the board of trustees. A very understanding man, we're told. Sounds like he did what he was told. There's Bob again. Hi Bob, if you're watching, and Uma Birchall from Calyx Communication, Calyx Information Essentials, and they just retired this year. They've been wonderful. There's Robin and Robin Sheet even. Bob and Uma have been wonderful over the years. I don't know how many, but at least 10 years, more like longer than 10 years they've been supporting Koha. 2003. Oh, Rosalie and Paul Nielsen. Yeah, who was at Hauraki Libraries? Oh, Nathan Carella from Bywater, and who was? Ian Wolves. Back to Joe and George. Oh, I can't see on this angle apparently. No comment. Oh, David Friggins. Wonder if we'll see him on Twitter. Oh, the library bar. We thought we might go there before or after dinner tomorrow. Yeah. Before and after dinner was the suggestion from the room. Wizzy Ray. Hello. Liz Ray at the front there. Nathan Carella from Bywater, and Magnus again from Librarians. Bob and who's Barbara? Oh, at Horowhenua Libraries. Barbara from Horowhenua. Oh, break the lectern. Oh, Nicole. Forgotten her last name. Nicole Inga. No. And Joe and Bob. Joe and. Oh, Joe and Daniel. Sorry, Daniel, if you're watching, we just had to bring you back from the memory banks. Here's Francois Maria, Donovan, Mark Osborne, from Albany Senior High School. Is he at core education now? Finished his PhD. Oh, hi Liz again. Everyone, there's some real warmth here. It's very nice in the room. Henri Damion. Reed Wade. Kathryn Fisher from BSZ. Kristina can come and say the full name. Sorry, friends of past. Here's Irma Birchall. Oh. Isn't it? In front star again. Yeah. I love the First Amendment. Microsoft Nutrition. It's Paul Boulon. Is that back to the beginning, or we just maybe we're up to Paul's presentation? Oh. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't know how to pause this thing, but I might let Kristina come and pause, and then she knows that her presentation is correctly cued, ready to start, and I will very shortly do Kristina's introduction. I'll just wait one moment. Awesome. So you have already briefly seen Kristina. Kristina Hoeppner is the project lead and community facilitator for the open source Mahara ePortfolio project. She has been working on the project at Catalyst in Aotearoa, New Zealand for 10 years, having found her way into the software in 2008 while she was still in Europe. Kristina is keen to connect community members to learn from each other and share their ideas with the rest of the community to foster the portfolio pedagogy and practices, not just within our community, but also the wider education one, and also to find ways to connect other tools to establish a learning environment where it is easy to exchange information. So without further ado, I will pass you to Kristina Hoeppner with her presentation, Stronger Through Integration.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm really happy to be here today, 10 years after my first Kohacon. I was lucky to arrive in New Zealand mid-June that year, so that I was roped into the organization of the conference, and hence why you see so many photos. And it's been really great, even though I haven't been able to work with the Koha team as closely as back at that in that first year that I was at Catalyst, to see what has become of the community and the product and kind of look at it from the sidelines. I'm not going to talk to you about Mahara today, but kind of really want to have a session where we think about, well, what can integrations be like. But as Kathryn had already mentioned, I found my way from Europe, and so originally I'm from a relatively small town, not maybe in New Zealand terms, we did have 28,000 inhabitants in Saxony. Went to university in Dresden, and then had my first full-time job at the university in Munich. After that, I made my way to Luxembourg, where I got to know about Mahara, but actually I had heard about Koha already many years before, as I said on my tweet in 2004, when our university project at LMU München was looking for a library catalog that we could actually install and that we could work with without needing to go to our big university library. So that's when I then applied for the job at Catalyst. I was really happy to see that there was a Koha team actually in the company, and I looked back at that time. And so in 2010, I made my way down here, which seemed to have been much easier than this year. So I'm happy that I had made that decision 10 years ago. And since then, I have been working on Mahara. It's a fantastic open source project that is much younger, of course, than Koha. And so we've always been looking at what the community has been doing, how things work in the Koha community, contrasting them, how they work in our community, what we can learn from each other, and how we can ideally also integrate certain things. And so our community is currently still primarily involved or primarily seen in the education sector. So we work with universities and also schools. Here in New Zealand, you might have heard of myportfolio.school.nz, which is made available for free to all schools here in the country. And we are also in the fortunate position that we are working with other organizations that have accreditation or assessment requirements. Because in contrast to a learning management system, Mahara allows you to gather all the learning that you have undertaken, be that in formal contexts or informal contexts, and showcase them, work with them, reflect on them. So it is really very, in some ways, similar to what libraries offer, lifelong learning. And so instead of having resources there to do the learning, we are taking the learning and then have people reflect on them, work with them, see what they want to do differently next time they undertake a similar project or something the like. And of course, also talk to each other, like we do in libraries, connect people with each other, learn from each other. And that's kind of where this session is coming in today. And as I said, it's not going to be a presentation, so you'll not be listening to me much, much longer. But I'd actually really want you to get to work and want you to get to talk to each other. Because what I'm really interested in is how can we connect systems with each other? Because in an organization, just think of yours, so we are not looking at specific contexts. We have a technology tool, but we are not just working with one technology, we are working with multiples. So you have lots and lots of things, and what we can find, and of course not everybody has this set of tools, so please just replace any of the ones that you don't know about or that you don't use with the ones that you do have. we have lots of different purposes with these tools. So we have a Koha, ideally, of course, everybody here in the room has one. Then you have a content management system where your website is built on. Then you might have a Mahara site as an e-portfolio tool. You might have a customer relationship management tool these days, or in the university sector or school sector, probably still more of a student management system. You have a portal where you can kind of connect to all the things and find all of them. You have a learning management system, and then you have an array of many, many other tools as well that are either just working on a computer, that are working just on a phone, or that your organization makes available, hosts themselves, or has it hosted by others. And so, of course, in such an ecosystem, none of these tools can really sit on its own. And if they do, typically they shouldn't really, because things that are in a CMS might have a connection to the customer relationship management tool, or they connect to the learning management system so that content from the LMS can also be presented immediately on the website. And so that goes a little bit towards the road that David took us on with the documentation yesterday, when he said a documentation can kind of be this normal thing of a reference guide, but these days, ideally, it is small objects, it is topic-based, and once you've written one topic, you can use it elsewhere, and you can put it in there so that you can have a tutorial, or you can have your reference guide, or you can build it with something else. And similarly here with these integrations, if we have the information sitting somewhere once, why do we have to manually, or via CSV upload or anything like that, put it again into another system? Because as you know, if you already replicate one set of data twice, it's very hard to keep both in sync and make sure that the same data is always going to be in both systems at the same time. And now think of that just with these 7 tools here. And so that is where the integrations come in, because we can connect things to each other, granted on a typically very technical level, so just thinking about APIs or web services. We are not going to explore that area much. We really want to think more about business analysis requirements or usability requirements. And so you connect things, but of course, also not just within your own ecosystem, but there are connections going elsewhere. So with the ePortfolio, for example, we have people embedding videos from YouTube, or embedding presentations from SlideShare, or from other tools. And that is already an integration. Granted, it is a very simple one. We don't really need web services for that. We just need an embed code. But can you imagine Caroline's talk with the plugins, that she can then bring in videos where somebody showcases that plugin, and you don't have to leave your opaque library catalog? And so we have connections within our own ecosystem and connections outside, because we are always connected to the internet and therefore can have those connections. And my question to you now is, where does Koha fit in here? How can we connect Koha? What sort of integrations either are there already, because there are, and which ones would you really, really like to see? And that's why I'd like you to go together, at least here in the room, where you have the possibility, turn to your neighbor or person in front or behind you, and have a chat with them for about maybe 5 minutes, depending on how enthusiastic you are chatting, and think about what are you already doing at your organization to integrate Koha with other systems, and what are you missing? Where do you think would it be really good to allow for that integration already? And if you're watching this stream live, then you can go to that Padlet URL. I also just tweeted it. And you can put in your ideas of connections, integrations that already exist. And maybe some of you already know about them. Maybe some are hidden somewhere in a plugin database, and we might need a plugin for that. And then which integrations do you desperately want, so that you do not have to double up on information, or you kind of have to have 2 or 3 systems available? Off you go. And if you're also here in the room, you're welcome to use that Padlet as well to jot down your ideas. And we'll see if there's anything coming through. And we already have the first contribution. Thank you very much. Single sign-on is one that we might not really think about as integration, but it sure is, because we only have one password and don't need to set up accounts all the time, but they are coming immediately from the IDP. So until about 11:45, and then we'll come together and see what your ideas are.
Yeah, yeah.
We've got some good discussion in the room, so I'll give you just about a minute to finish it off. And as you can see on the Padlet already, there are some great ideas coming through, so we'll get to them shortly. Thank you so much for having contributed so many ideas. You've done all the work. And it's been really great also to see little groups forming and getting into that ideation phase that Joy told us about yesterday during the afternoon session. And you've really demonstrated what she had taught us by brainstorming, putting all the ideas there without judgment, just letting the ideas flow. And we'll not be able to get to the filtering and narrowing things down. I'll leave that to additional Koha community meetings and seeing if you'd like to take any of these ideas with you. But what we can also already see is there's already a lot of integration happening in the Koha community with Koha. Just kind of the almost by now probably stock standard single sign-on with whatever system you have, going to overdrive connection to other ebook providers as well. Z3950, so we don't even have to go to the modern age of connections, but that's been a standard, that's been around for ages, and connecting to it and getting records from it has been there probably already from the start. Please, Rachel and Chris, do correct me if I'm wrong there. Chris thinks to remember that it was 2003 that Koha got that capability, and that already connected you to the world and to lots and lots of different catalogs. Integration with newspapers publishers is already there. ZIP2, book covers, which I think is being used in a number of libraries, really just also to pretty up the OPAC. So it doesn't necessarily have to be some really deep integration, but often these days we work very well when we see something visually. And so not having to create those pages manually, but having them come in or just click a filter, click a tag, and be able to bring all that to life for everybody who's coming to the library or who's looking at the library catalog from home is something fantastic, because it brings, I think, books much more to life than if we just read a title. Then we also have EDI ordering, DVD covers, and so on. But today, I'd really like to spend a few minutes on the new ideas that you've gathered. And some of them might not be as new, because you've probably already mulled them over a little bit in the past. Is there anybody from the room who'd like to share what they've been thinking about, talking about, discussing? Was everything already? Did you put your ideas also on the screen up here? Yep, they are all there. Rachel?
Finance, connecting to finance systems, connecting into ERPs and the big systems of councils and universities and those big organisations, including auditors.
Auditors have. So we've got some financial obligations, of course, in every organization. And so Rachel and her community members from Toi Ohomai said finances, ERP systems, reporting is increasingly important so that you can justify where things go, and making that, of course, easier so that you don't spend a day or more per month just looking at that, but can really spend with your library community and doing the things that you do well. Not that you don't do reporting well, but it's kind of sometimes this evil thing that is sitting there and it just has to get done, when it would be so much easier if it were done almost automatically. Separately, yeah. And so Rachel also mentions that when library patrons go and pay their rates, that they can also see their library in there and don't have to go to another system in order to see that, but they can see everything in one place, therefore making it much easier for them to budget and not having to remember, oh, I need to go here and there and there and there, but no, everything is really nice and centralized. So centralization is not always a bad thing. Decentralization is good and localization as well, but sometimes centralization just makes a lot of sense. One thing for those of us that are working more in education is the book reviews. Have Koha connected to Mahara and vice versa, so that book reviews can be shared directly. Because as I mentioned, we want to reflect on learning, record learning, and talk about that learning in Mahara. And so having the book review as the actual artifact being displayed in the portfolio and then do the reflection around it rather than even just needing to copy and paste it in would be fantastic, because then also if you, for example, have a read account or how many other people liked your book review to be displayed automatically, there's so much more rich information available. But to be honest, the one thing that I like best, and of course it had to come here, hopefully from a room in Wellington, so that nobody takes our title of the coffee capital away from us, is Koha to my coffee maker. So it will make coffee when I log in the morning. Who favors that? We have at least one vote for this integration. So Chris, hopefully it can be made possible. Then also reserved from within the learning management system. Again, we are kind of seeing in the education sector, but these days lots of organizations also have a learning and development department, so it is not just for unis or for schools. So it can also be very valuable in any sort of corporation or even smaller organizations, that you don't have to leave your learning management system. That somebody that your lecturer can create a reading list, of course also automatically done by using a list in Koha, for example, that is pushed through to the LMS, and you even just have a button in the LMS next to it saying, I want to reserve this book, or I want to read it next once somebody else is done, instead of needing to wait, even if it's just 3-4 seconds, to connect to the library catalog. Maybe your university doesn't yet have single sign-on set up, so you have to log in and then connect and then find the book, make sure that the link is correct, and all of that. With these integrations, we really also take a lot of workload away from those people that would otherwise have to maintain that, because the lecturer wouldn't have to find a link from Koha and paste it somewhere to their reading list. They can point and click, and then everything just is being displayed. So course reserves, we've already had that easier CMS integration to be able to display books like a cover flow on a website. Can be done currently already in some systems the hard-coded way, but the hard-coded way already has the word hard in it. So it's not as easy, and we kind of want to go for the easy parts. So hopefully somebody will be able to take that up to some of the popular content management systems that are being used in the Koha community, which are oftentimes probably also open source, in order to make that happen. And again, it is taking content from one place and displaying it somewhere else without needing to double it up. Push to current awareness systems from within Koha. That's also a really, really nice one. So I had to ask Chris just to double check that I know what an awareness system is while you were all beavering away. And it is kind of having recommendations done personalized for you so that you are aware of what is happening, that you are aware of new books that have been added to the library or new events that the library is offering for your specialty area. And not having to go to the library or subscribe to yet another newsletter, or librarians needing to create 20,000 newsletters to cater to everybody in their organization, but rather do that via tags, via categorization, and then have the technology fiddle out who gets what, but not have a human doing that, who could be doing some more fun stuff than trying to make sure that all the connections are correct. Because once set up, it should just work perfectly, because then also we as people who use these systems have control, because we can then say which filter we want to apply. Whether this month maybe it is we are going on vacation because we can travel again and don't want to receive anything, or just want to receive anything on travel related, versus the next month we might change our opinion. And we don't have to go to a librarian or to an administrator and say, hey, can you please make that change? Because it's probably not happening, since we all know that everybody is super busy and we might not want to bug them about it. But we can certainly bug a computer about it, because they can't talk back. And they can't say no, because they'll take the load. And if you're using it with renewable energies, we even can feel good about it. Koha book lists displayed in Moodle, so again, the integration with the learning management system. Koha and request tracker, tracking knowledge requests or reference requests. So really having a ticketing system or knowledge base. So again, kind of going back a little bit to what David already alluded to like yesterday afternoon, in making knowledge available in these bite-sized pieces and making them also discoverable. And then by having the request tracker, link it to something in Koha and bring those two things together. Email bounce backs. Capture bounce back messages from emails with management tools. There I do not know much. I just know that bounce messages typically when an email kind of comes back because the recipient has left an organization, that it often goes into nirvana, but we want to have a management tool so that we can proactively then deactivate their accounts. Chris is nodding, so I must be on the right track. Did learn something from the developers over my last 10 years. Permanent URLs are not really permanent, need to be able to haul in the original file. That doesn't have a lot there, so I'm kind of improvising on that a little bit, and makes sense for me. Sometimes people, or sometimes websites go away, and so of course then we lose the original content. You might discover it again in the web archive if you're lucky, but maybe not everything. And so I think what this might mean is that yes, you are linking to that original, but that you're kind of probably also making a copy of it and pulling it back in case it is gone at some point, so that you don't just end up with lots of broken links in your catalog. Was that what you were discussing, Joe? Okay, cool. Yeah. So we're only halfway through, so I don't necessarily want to bore you with all my interpretations of things. But you can read through it, and if you just look at the headings, Koha to machine learning for analyzing mark errors. So it is what you're discussing here and also online is not just how to make the usability of systems better, but also kind of what's coming through, allow for better management and administration of the data in order to always have the proper data, correct data, and up-to-date data available. Connectivity to Google Classroom, again, learning management system, Wikidata, vocal recognition, accessibility, really, really important these days. Internet indexing systems to bring more things in from outside resources, enhanced content of all types, integration with financial systems we've already had, electronic resource management. So again, the currently probably still called more atypical things that you manage in a library that are not books, probably manage those a bit more easily and display them as well. Pull article lists and links to magazines and linking, indexing, all really, really great ideas. And we haven't even gone through all the things that already exist in Koha. So do take a look at all of these. And maybe at next year's Kohacon, or maybe in 2 years, depending on what the workload is of everybody, we might see one of those ideas realized through the community. Maybe one of your organizations sponsored one of those features or helped create a patch or QA a patch or helped in any other way to document it or participate in other aspects of the release cycle. But hopefully, this gave you some ideas to further think about how you can integrate Koha with other systems in order to make your work easier, as well as also the ones of the patrons whom you serve through your library in order to help them use all the resources and the wealth of knowledge and information that you have gathered in your library. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kristina. I think it's awesome to see that tool used and so many ideas popping up. And here's just a little thank you. Thank you so much. Oop, I put my notes down. And Kristina, this is your phone. I forget one thing, but I remember another. Hey, that's okay. So we are well on track to, thank you. My mind is actually full of all of those ideas. I just take a little moment before I can introduce the next person. It was really great. So our next presentation is a live
Thank you very much. My name is Sher Afzal Khan, President Koha Pakistan, greeting from Pakistan.
Professional experience in the field of information sciences, knowledge management, information communication technologies, open source technologies. He's been a research and development lead trainer, consultant open source. So a long and interesting career. He is also a member of the Board of Trustee and Vice Chairman Read Pakistan, founder of Koha Pakistan, winner of IEEE, which I'll have to look up later, Emerald and other international awards. He has an in-depth command on supporting consulting open source software and has successfully completed more than 40 open source projects, both nationally and internationally. He is also the country ambassador for DSpace open source software by MIT University for Pakistan. Has conducted many workshops, training sessions, has been a speaker at international conferences in many countries, and is an all-round achiever. I had to abridge that a little bit because it's there are so many wonderful achievements, and we can read the rest of those notes alongside the program. But very soon we're going to cut over to the live presentation, and I say thank you very much to Sher Afzal Khan for being available live and bringing this to us today.
Thank you very much. I would like to say thank you the whole community for organizing such a wonderful conference during this COVID pandemic. My sincere wishes to the whole community of the Kohacon conferences, especially for the organizer. My name is Sher Afzal, and I'm the president of Koha Pakistan, and really excited to interact with my family, Koha family. And here in Pakistan it's 4 a.m., but I'm still wake up to interact with my Koha family. So really excited to present my paper online, but I wish I was there to see you all in the Koha campus physically, but unfortunately, due to this pandemic, we are not able to visit your country. I miss this time, but I hope next year we will meet, inshallah. Thank you very much. My topic of presentation is user perception of and experience of Koha with the Pakistan LIS community. Recently, I have conducted this survey for my annual conference, so I will discuss about what Pakistani community is thinking about the Koha and how they are serious about implementation of Koha in libraries. Introduction to my slides. The open source movement has its roots in the 1970s and has continued to grow the popularity in 1999, says by Williams. In Pakistan, OSS has created new opportunity for libraries when most libraries are facing budget cuts and dry, and they cannot afford to maintain the proprietary integrated library management system in use. Open source software compared to proprietary software is if it's not free, many libraries have opted for open source solution. Koha is one of the examples for open source library solutions, which was initially developed in 1999 by Keynote Communication Company and Harvard's Library Trust, New Zealand. My background of the study was to understand the usage and popularity of Koha IMS in Pakistan LIS community. And the second, my objective was to know about the reason and adoption of Koha by our community. What kind of hurdle and challenges they are facing in adoption in Koha, and what is the satisfaction level of Pakistani community about the Koha use. What is the experience of Koha with these librarians, and efficiency and effectiveness of Koha IMS modules. So I asked these type of questions from these users which are using Koha in Pakistan, and I will discuss in next slides how they are thinking about that. Koha in Pakistan, we have started in 2007. The Pathalek team introduced Koha in Pakistani community, and they were working about to implementation of Koha in Pakistan libraries. The adoption of Koha LMS Pakistan is comparatively slow due to the different reason among the community. One of the most main reason was the computer literacy among the librarians, because the librarian does not know about the Koha, the Linux operating system and the computer skills. But the popularity of Koha compared to other open source software and relatively more popular in Pakistan due to the active user Koha Pakistan community and others community as well. They are working for promoting the Koha in Pakistan libraries. Open source software, especially Koha and DSpace, were introduced in the market, and the people were thinking about these software because these software was open source and very easily to install in libraries without any cost. Free open source movement is pretty slowly but steady in Pakistan. A large number of training sessions of workshops were conducted, and various organizations, that is government, private, semi-government, and myself, I have conducted 100+ workshops about Koha throughout the countries in 4 provinces. And we have also conducted a long session trainings for 1 month for the special organization. For that reason, some of the community was aware about the use of Koha, and the popularity of Koha was beginning from that time. So the libraries were very keen to adopt Koha software in their libraries. Due to the large number of training sessions in Koha, the situation is now being changed. The libraries, this is academic, public, and college libraries adopted Koha LMS in their libraries. From 2011 to 2020, I myself organized many workshops in different organizations, and we have also implemented Koha in various organizations in Pakistan, that is universities, a renowned university in Pakistan are now using Koha, and there are some organizations they are working for the promoting of Koha software. One is the Khan Resource Center. This center organized a large number of training sessions for the Koha community in Pakistan, and they have trained more than 700 to 1,000 librarians about Koha and other open source softwares in their annual training sessions. So many organizations are also trying to conduct a workshop like FFs, National Assembly of Pakistan and so on. They are conducted training sessions for their librarians and IT staffs. We have also conducted these training for their librarians and IT staff. The efforts were made to make the Koha easy for all those librarians who have no knowledge of Linux and other computer application. A custom live DVD of Koha and DSpace has been developed by the Koha Pakistan and Full-Stack company, Full-Stack consultant company team for those librarians who have problem in adoption in Koha and their libraries. This was the biggest challenges for me to how how can I convey the message to those librarians which they are not knows about the computer skill, how they install Koha in their library. So we have developed 3 different DVDs version to install these software easily in their libraries. So we have also created a for the community, and now we have more than 4,000 members in this Facebook group. We have interacted with people. We have also make emailing groups so they can easily send their email problems. And we have also organized annual conferences of Koha in Pakistan. So due to these conferences, the awareness of Koha were now being spread the entire countries, and every college, every school, and every university knows about Koha, what is Koha, and what does it work. So we organized these 2 international conferences in Pakistan. So one was Kohacon18 and one was Kohacon19. And these conferences, a large number of communities participated. And we have also some session with international community, and international community also participated in these conferences. Due to these annual conferences, live DVDs, training session, all these things, the situation is now big change. The Koha adoption in Pakistan libraries are now very popular, and everyone now use Koha library integrated systems in their school, college, and university library, and they are very satisfied to use these softwares. I have prepared a structured online questionnaire, and for those I have asked some question about these people, how they are satisfied, what kind of problem they are facing by using this software. I asked question in detail about the Koha implementation problem using about the modules of Koha. The questionnaire was sent to all 4 provinces of the country, and the response was 60% academic, public, and special libraries across the country. They were participated in the survey, and I'm very pleased to inform you that everyone who are participated, they are very enthusiastically and very good to know about the Koha awareness, and they were only shows one problems about the Koha installation and Koha configuration and Linux operating system, rather than they have no any question about how to use the Koha. Koha is very easily and friendly software, but somehow the installation and configuration and operating system, they are facing some problem. Coming to the result of my survey and my research, the result shows that most of the university libraries are using Koha INMS in their libraries. The perception in Pakistani community about Koha, they are thinking that this is a very large software and this is only for the universities. But I convey my message to these librarians that you can also use Koha in college and school libraries too. And this software is not only for the university libraries, not only for the academic, not only for the public. You can use school, college, and university and special libraries. The Koha is now using widely in the country. The reason for this popularity is the awareness created by the Pakistan Koha community among LIS community in Pakistan. We are working day and night to help our community about the use of Koha, because as a developed nations, we are facing some budget cuts, And we are trying our level best to create awareness among our community for the using of Koha. The different seminar, training session, and annual conferences play a vital role in the popularity of Koha in Pakistan, as I discussed earlier, and this is the main reason now our message is being spreading throughout the country. Koha is now the most popular software in our country. The result shows that 57.7% users are now switching to Koha from other proprietary software, other manual system they are using. So 39.5% users never used any automated library management system before this in our dear libraries. 78% users says that the technical capability is the main factor behind the adoption of Koha. Data migration is also the biggest problem of switching Koha from any other library integrated management system. The satisfaction of Koha among the user is very 65% of user is very satisfied from the Koha functionality. So every librarian which I discussed with during my survey, they are very satisfied with the functionality of Koha. But the main problem is they are facing while they are installing the Koha in Linux operating system, and when they are switching from one system to another system, data migration is also facing some problem. But now they are thinking that installation is not a big deal now, because we have created, now recently I have created a new version of live DVD with the Debian operating system. So it's very easy to install. So now they are very happy about these live DVDs, and after that they are very they are very crazy to install and use the Koha library management system. The Koha live DVD by the Koha Pakistan community play a very important role, and most of the libraries in Pakistan are using Koha Pakistan live DVD for the adoption of Koha in their libraries. Coming to the conclusions, as I discussed that now we are spreading this Koha with our community for the using of all kind of libraries. Koha integrated library management system is now slow and speedy products in Pakistan automation markets. The result shows that majority of the libraries are using Koha. Those which are those libraries which they are not using Koha, they are now trying to switch over from any commercial software to Koha, and I receive 10 to 15 messages daily basis how we can install Koha and how we can convert our system to Koha library integrated system. So the users are fully satisfied from the function of the local support of the Koha. The main reason of adoption of Koha is live DVD, which was developed by the Koha Pakistan community and full-stack solution to most of the libraries installed Koha from their live DVDs. The migration of data was also the biggest issue in adoption of Koha, but due to the large number of training sessions and the librarians have the capability to convert all the data to more format and import to Koha. Now they are very they are trained, and I think 10% of the library in Pakistan knows how to convert data to Mars and how to import into Koha. So now this is not a big deal now of the data migration, but when they are thinking about switching to some other software, they are thinking about losing of data. They are thinking about the system migration. But the popularity of open source software in Pakistani markets now totally changed, and we are pleased to announce that I think 95% of the libraries in Pakistan now thinking to switch over from any commercial software to Koha. And we have now our big project in Pakistan, like one of the organization in Pakistan which called Plastic. They are now hosting cloud-based system in Pakistan, and they are integrated. They are integrated many libraries to host their cloud system. They are providing services, the Union Catalog of Pakistani libraries. So one of the other biggest project in Pakistan was e-libraries in Pakistan, which are developed by the Punjab government, and they have established 20 libraries in Pakistan, and all these libraries are integrated with Koha. So this is also a big news for the community. They are using Koha in their 20 libraries. So other Pakistani university libraries like Zairo University, we have created the Union Catalog, and we are using 12 libraries integrated in this system. Then my previous organization, Bywater University, we have also 7 to 8 libraries in Koha. with one interface. So another big project of one of the top ranking university in Pakistan, NUST, they are also using Koha in their entire libraries. So these are the biggest example in Pakistan. These are the biggest university in Pakistan. They are using Koha in their libraries, and they are very satisfied by using Koha in their libraries. So based on the result in the study, the Koha open source library system is well accepted among Pakistani libraries for use of their respective libraries. The finding of the study have demonstrated positive option of system library about Koha. They are satisfied with the information quality, system quality in system platform of Koha. They have a high level of awareness, satisfaction, and confidence in the use of these softwares. So this was my presentation from my side. If there's any question relevant to my presentation, you can ask easily. And again, I'm very thankful to the organizer. Who organized this Kohacon remotely from online. And some of the people were present there, and I miss you all. And I wish in the next annual conference we will meet, inshallah, in anywhere where Koha organize the Kohacon 2021. So from my side, this was my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any question, you can ask. From my side, this was my presentation.
Thank you so much to Sher Afzal Khan. That was really, it's so interesting to hear how the perceptions of the same system can be so different all around the world. So for us in New Zealand to hear that the perception in Pakistan was that Koha is only for very big libraries, that is the exact opposite to what can be a common perception here in New Zealand, that Koha is only for small libraries. And what all of us here know is that Koha is for everyone. It's not about how many books you have or how many patrons you have or even how many branches. You just need to have chunky, beefy enough servers to run whatever it is you need to run. So thank you so much for, again, for that presentation, for undertaking the research and all the time and effort you've put into training all the people who have been able to implement Koha throughout Pakistan. That is truly awesome. Thank you so much. It's lunchtime here in New Zealand. In Pakistan it is currently 4 o'clock in the morning. So one more round of applause. We're going to go and have our lunch, and I trust that those of you on the other side of the world may have a nap if you do plan to continue to join us for the afternoon. We'll be back here at NZDT 2 p.m. in about an hour and a half, about 95 minutes. Thank you so much.
Nearly all New Zealanders use the internet every day. We use it for work, socialising, learning, when planning and embarking on adventures, and for capturing those special moments to make them last forever. Internet NZ is a not-for-profit and the home of all .nz domain names. The income from .nz helps us keep the internet open, secure and accessible for everyone. We provide support to increase knowledge and empower communities. We research and explore the opportunities and challenges the internet brings. And we proudly stand for the best the internet has to offer and helping people make the most of it. We're passionate about helping New Zealanders harness the power of the internet. Together, we can build a better online Aotearoa New Zealand.
FE Technologies is working with libraries across the world to give them cutting-edge technology that improves the library experience for both employees and patrons. If you're thinking about library RFID, you'll find FE Technologies' suite of solutions and offerings is hard to beat for a number of reasons. First, we offer a seamless solution. Our RFID products all work together to enhance the user experience, improve staff productivity, increase circulation rates, and provide unmatched security. Unlike other RFID solutions that are often piecemealed together and don't speak to one another, FE Technologies offers an end-to-end solution that manages every aspect of your library in one place. Second, we are more than a solution provider. We're a partner in your success. Our customer project team is responsive, engaged, and interested in setting up the best system for your library. Other companies will sell you some software and disappear. FE Technology is there every step of the way to ensure you're getting the most out of our systems. If you're looking to upgrade your library, contact us today for a free consultation. We've been helping libraries improve for over 10 years and no one else compares to our level of service and seamless RFID solutions.
Hello, I'm David Podboy, and I'm the manager for Field Library Services Engineering in North America. And today I'm going to be talking about EBSCO Discovery Service. Since 2014, EBSCO has worked with the Koha community to build a partnership based on the opportunities presented by interoperability and configurability, as well as the creativity of the open source community. This video discusses the capabilities of EBSCO Discovery Service, or EDS, how its plugin meshes with Koha, and the work EBSCO and the Koha community have accomplished in the past year. It also previews EDS's new interface and features. So what is EDS? For those of you that aren't familiar with EDS, it's a single search box that allows patrons to search simultaneously across all of their library's electronic resources. This includes databases, a catalog like Koha, books, ebooks, and more. It saves patrons time by surfacing the best content. And when it comes to content, EDS has more than 3.4 billion searchable records, with material from over 20,000 publishers, including 3,000 open access publishers. EDS does more, however, than just provide a searchable index. It helps users find what they are looking for almost immediately by leveraging a comprehensive relevance and value ranking strategy that utilizes numerous criteria, including subject indexing, map-controlled vocabularies, field weighting, exact field matching, and content attribute boosting to understand the user's intent and get them what they need. In addition to its great capacity for accessing and delivering online resources, EDS can include a library's catalog records from Koha, including availability, thus enabling patrons to search for the library's physical items alongside the collection of digital materials. For Koha and EDS users, libraries have the flexibility to choose what interface they want to use. With the EDS Koha plugin, libraries can use Koha and easily integrate the EDS API into the Koha interface. Here is an example of a Koha installation of the EDS plugin, where Koha is being used to access both the library's holdings and to access EDS. We can see the features of EDS, including research starters, the content from a variety of publishers and databases, and EDS limiters and facets on the left that help a user refine their search. In summary, with the EDS plugin, you get the benefit of the EDS index with its billions of records and its relevance and value ranking, enhanced subject precision, which maps common user search terms to a unified subject index and maps concepts from its various thesauri, facets for search refinement, research starters, and more. You can also surface Koha records in the EBSCO interface for EDS. Here you are seeing an example of a Koha library using EDS to access both its catalog holdings and the EDS index. EDS is actually transitioning to a new interface, and we'll talk a bit about that now. The new updated EDS interface features an extensive array of enhancements, new capabilities, and an updated design. Libraries that incorporate their Koha catalog into the EDS interface will be able to transition easily to this new interface. This interface has been designed based on user research and feedback with an accessibility-first approach and for mobile usage. Additional improvements are personalized dashboards, modern result list, enhanced displays, greater citing and sharing options, and enhanced detailed record and full text viewer experiences. Here's the new landing page. We've just made a cleaner, more intuitive interface. And we want to note that despite the new appearance of the results, our relevance ranking and content did not change. Improvements to the interface include a clearer indicator for which articles are peer-reviewed, improved filter navigation, and items can be liked by tagging them. Based on user feedback, we've moved functionality directly to the result list. like the ability to cite, add items to a project, share references, and download, all without having to leave the results screen. The interface also has a new dashboard feature, which serves as the user's virtual, personalized home in the library. It's where projects can be kept and organized, and where users can see searches and items they have liked. The new interface will also connect to our new concept map feature, which is an alternate way to organize and view results in a graphical visual display. Concept map helps users make new connections and draw correlations across related topics. Users can also find hidden relationships between and among concepts and make connections across fields of study, thus making interdisciplinary research easier for specialists. Essentially, the new EDS is going to improve the discovery process for each of EDS's many resources and help every user. EBSCO will be rolling out the new interface to customers based on customer readiness. Importantly, because the new EDS will be populated from a library's current profile, there is no migration transition. In keeping with the open source spirit of the Koha-EBSCO partnership, we also wanted to show some examples of collaboration with the community in the past year on the Koha plugin. EBSCO values the feedback we get from the Koha community so that we can make sure that not only is the code updated, but also so that we can leverage the contributions of the community to address issues or solutions that members have come up with. Shown here are pull requests from the past year that were merged into the core code or integrated into other PRs, representing a mix of code written by community members and by EBSCO staff. And here are some of the issues that were closed this year, representing both those posted to GitHub, as well as those sent directly into EBSCO support. We at EBSCO appreciate all the contributions that have come from the community, whether by submitting issues, contributing code, or commenting on pull requests along the way. We appreciated this opportunity to share with you details about the power of the Koha EBSCO plugin and to tell you about the future of EDS. Thank you.
Kia ora no koutou. Welcome to day two. I was going to say day two, afternoon two. That sounds a bit silly. Welcome back to day two. Afternoon for us here. And the next talk it would be my pleasure to introduce is from Myka Kennedy Stephens. So I will tell you a little bit about Myka now. So Myka Kennedy Stephens is seminary librarian at Lancaster Theological Seminary in Lancaster, Pennsylvania in the United States. She initiated the library's migration to Koha in December 2014 and actively seeks to integrate strategic planning for library and information services with open source adoption and development. Since migrating to Koha, Lancaster Theological Seminary has also adopted open source solutions for library guides, digital archives and exhibits, as well as digital asset management and internal records. Myka is a strong advocate for open source software and has enjoyed learning new skills and participating in the Koha community. Although often caught up with the work of doing open source, she writes about and presents on her open source experiences with some regularity. So it's my pleasure to say that Myka has pre-recorded her talk and we're just about to start it. The title of the talk is A Patron, a Librarian and a Developer Walk into a Bar. The Conversations and Relationships that Fuel Koha Development. Thank you, Myka.
Hello, Koha community. Good afternoon to those gathered in Wellington, New Zealand, and greetings to all those who are gathered virtually for Kohacon20.
Hello, Koha community.
My name is
Good
Myka Kennedy
to those
Stephens.
gathered in Wellington,
I'm the
New
seminary
Zealand,
librarian
greetings
and
to all
associate
those who are
professor of
gathered
theological
virtually for
bibliography at Lancaster Theological Seminary in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, United States. The title of my presentation is A Patron, a Librarian, and a Developer Walk into a Bar. In English-speaking American culture, this sounds like the setup for a joke. So if you saw the title of my presentation and have been eagerly anticipating a stand-up comedy routine, I'm afraid you might be a little disappointed. My topic today focuses on the conversations and relationships between patrons, librarians, and developers that fuel Koha development. Who are we? How do we form and nurture our relationships? And how might our conversations inspire and empower us to continue developing Koha, advancing it beyond the robust ILS it has grown into over the past 20 years? I'd like to start by unpacking and defining these three types of Koha users that make up the Koha community. Patrons are our library users. They are the ones who most often interact with the OPAC side of Koha. This is where they search the catalog, request materials, check the status of their account, and more. Although they interact with Koha through the OPAC interface, a patron's experience of Koha extends deep into the inner workings of the database and the code surrounding it. Librarians are arguably some of Koha's heaviest users. They interact with both the OPAC and staff client interfaces. They are creating and editing metadata, searching and retrieving information about items and patrons, managing borrowing permissions, system settings, and much, much more. They teach patrons how to navigate Koha while maintaining collections, so that library users always find that special book, journal, or video that answers their question or provides much needed recreation. Developers keep Koha running. They continually write and rewrite code to eliminate bugs and further enhance the system. They package files, maintain the releases, and keep the documentation current. Developers also include a cadre of data specialists, support personnel, and educators who implement Koha installations and train librarians. While I've described these three types of Koha users separately, I'm illustrating them here with overlapping circles. That's because folks in the Koha community don't neatly fit under one role or another. For example, a developer may also be a patron, and a librarian may also be a developer. Within this open source community, there is a fluidity between these roles, and that's part of our success. Perhaps it might be more helpful to think about the distinction between patron, librarian, and developer as a difference in point of view or perspective on Koha. When donning one of these hats, so to speak, we see Koha in a certain way. The patron experience of searching through catalog data in the OPAC is different from that of the librarian, who might be using one of several different types of searches in the staff client, or perhaps executing a SQL report. And this experience is still even more different from that of the developer, who is checking plaque logs after search queries are executed and analyzing how those queries are parsed by the search engine. These are very different lenses through which we interact with Koha, yet any one of them by itself is insufficient for fully understanding Koha. All three, along with the infinite number of blended perspectives that are possible around this continuum, are needed in order to keep Koha development moving forward to meet the needs of libraries and their patrons in the mid-21st century. Building relationships with one another based on our connection to Koha is what fuels Koha development. When I'm talking about building relationships, though, I want to be very clear that I'm not talking about relating to one another through a series of transactions. While we do interact with one another each time a patron checks a book out or a librarian submits a bug to Bugzilla, building relationships runs deeper than these transactional exchanges. To build relationships with one another, whether in the Koha community or another type of community, means that we must be open to transformation. It is not possible to meet a new person, learn about them, listen to their perspective, and walk away from that encounter without being changed in some way. When attuned to building relationships in a positive manner, we open ourselves up to transformational exchanges. Conversations about how each of us sees and uses Koha that provide space for innovation and collaboration. Positive relationship building takes special attention. It doesn't happen by itself. Sometimes it flows naturally out of a particularly special group dynamic, but most times it is something that we must be intentional about. As a library director, this is something that I've made central to the mission and vision of the library I serve. Over the past 6 years, I've seen that positive relationship building with patrons and library vendors needs these three qualities. First, respect. Mutual respect and acknowledgement of diverse and different perspectives is a must. It is a recognition that one perspective or set of experiences is not valued more highly than another. From this foundation of respect, we gain insights into one another's experiences and situations, and we're able to feel empathy for one another. Second, engagement. When building and maintaining positive relationships as a community, we must remain engaged. This means giving our attention to one another and to the work at hand. It also means reaching out to one another, taking notice of the silences and absences, and following up with kindness and encouragement. Third, dialogue. We have to both talk to one another and listen to one another. Listening is perhaps more important than speaking. This is how we stay informed about each other's experiences, needs, challenges, and ideas. It is a way of communicating that is invested in understanding one another. There are probably more qualities that could be added to this list, And there are probably sociologists and psychologists who have studied this far more deeply than I have and who could probably speak much more eloquently on how to build relationships in community. As a librarian and a practitioner, reflecting back on what's worked and what hasn't worked for me, these are the three aspects of interpersonal interactions that stand out as key for the type of relationship building that supports community collaboration and development. By way of example, I'd like to share how building relationships and fostering communication with both patrons and developers has become an integral part of library operations and planning at Lancaster Theological Seminary. It started with the development and implementation of what I've called an integrated library plan. Unlike a traditional strategic plan, our integrated library plan operates on an iterative cycle of planning and assessment that does not have a defined end date. Out of conversations among staff and in facilitated conversations with patrons and other stakeholders, we started by defining the library's mission and vision. Our work is organized into areas of operation, and each of these areas has a goal and strategic outcomes. Over the past 5 years since its full implementation, I've followed a schedule of monthly review and assessment. This cycle is informed by both observations of information behavior exhibited by our patrons and staff, as well as an analysis of emerging trends in the community we serve and in librarianship in general. This iterative review and assessment process allows me to recognize and incorporate emerging needs by making adjustments to our outcomes and goals. We've even revised our mission and vision, resulting in a planning process that's both strategic and responsive, dynamic and engaged. A core component of the way in which I lead the library to be dynamic and responsive is staying connected to our patrons. Not just collecting data about how they are using the library, but actually having conversations with them about what works and what doesn't, what is friendly about the library, and what is intimidating. I have funneled what we learn from our patrons into my involvement in the Koha community. Through the process of migrating to Koha in late 2014, it became clear that this was just the first step of many that the library needed to take toward greater online accessibility of our collections and electronic subscriptions. It was through developing a strong, positive relationship with our EBSCO account representative and the folks at Bywater Solutions that we felt confident enough to implement EBSCO Discovery Service through the new EDS API plugin for Koha in mid-2015. Similarly, in late 2016, I had data at hand and successfully made a case for implementing our first single sign-on authentication service, and past experience encouraged our early adoption of the Open Athens authentication plugin for Koha in 2017. Seasoned early adopters at this point, our library was recruited to participate in an early adoption program for Koha upgrades, and then later to become the first Bywater Solutions partner to implement Elasticsearch for Koha. Keep in mind that we are a very small library without a dedicated systems librarian. It was the relationships and the open communication with developers that were so crucial in every step of our library's growth and ability to improve and enhance accessibility for our patrons. A recurring topic I've seen at Koha conferences and meetings over the past few years is either encouragement to become more involved, lament over the obstacles that stand in the way of folks becoming more involved, or a combination of both. I think it's really important to acknowledge this. From the story I've just shared about my own library and how I've become involved in the Koha community, you can see that it doesn't necessarily happen quickly, and certainly not instantly as soon as a library adopts Koha. our visible energy in the community tends to focus on the how of getting involved. How to use Bugzilla, how to find information on the Koha Wiki, how to find and join the IRC channel, and perhaps the most elusive of all, how to make sense of Git. I don't want to diminish this. There are very real learning curves to each of these tools we use for Koha development. But in addition to the learning curve barrier, I believe there are deeper, innate human responses we must overcome when faced with the challenges of uncertainty and unfamiliarity. Librarians see this almost daily when patrons resist asking for reference assistance or show trepidation while simply entering the library. Therefore, it should come as no surprise when librarians and interested library patrons exhibit similar behavior, hesitation, resistance, avoidance, fear, when presented with an opportunity to become more involved in the Koha community. Intentionality about building relationships and fostering good communication can help. Librarians do this for patrons when they exchange pleasantries at the circulation desk or on the phone, and when they promote the library's collections and services to the community. The terms wayfinder, pathfinder, and guide are often used synonymously for librarians and how they relate to patrons. Developers in the Koha community are doing the same thing for librarians and others by responding to questions with kindness and showing patience as we learn. It would have been all too easy for me to have been more like this girl in the photo after our library migrated to Koha, sitting alone with my questions, frustrations, and ideas for how to make the system more like what we needed. Thankfully, I never found myself alone like this. Building a relationship with first one person, then one group in the Koha community, led to another, and then another. It's those relationships that have made all the difference for me, and the reason why I'm inspired to continue paying it forward as a member of the Koha community. It feels more than a little disjointed to be delivering this talk on the conversations and relationships that fuel Koha development in a pre-recorded video for a hybrid in-person and virtual conference that I will be watching through a streaming link over a distance of more time zones than I can count. I am missing not being gathered with you in New Zealand, not meeting you over meals and during breaks, not hearing where you're from and what you've been doing with Koha. Developing and nurturing relationships throughout the continuum of Koha users, patrons, librarians, and developers is especially challenging right now during this time of global pandemic. However, with these challenges are yet more opportunities for creative engagement and connection as a community. At my own library, I'm finding that we need to be more intentional about reaching out to our patrons and doing so in a way that uses a variety of different methods, including some we've never used before. It is important to find alternatives to those casual chance encounters that we used to take for granted before closures and restrictions arose in an effort to maintain public health. Each of you have your own experiences of COVID-19 and are seeing new and different needs where you are in your places of work and in your local communities. Let's share these and listen to one another. And perhaps in the process, we'll discover new avenues to explore for Koha development. In closing, I'd like to remind us of who we are. We're an open source community that is 20 years strong and growing, committed to collaboration and the development of Koha as a robust ILS. Especially now, in the midst of a global pandemic, Healthy communication practices and positive relationship building are vital to ongoing development that seeks to meet the needs of Koha users now and into the mid-21st century. This takes respect, engagement, and dialogue at every level, from the individual patron through the library staff and to the Koha developers and support teams. I want to encourage all of us to be open and willing to be transformed by our interactions with one another, because ultimately, this is how we will continue to move forward, improving Koha and libraries worldwide. Thank you so very much for your attention. I'd like to extend a special thanks to the conference host, the organizers, and the sponsors for making it possible to present virtually. I welcome your thoughts and feedback. My email address is on the screen, and further information about me is available in the conference program. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, Myka. That we were all just drinking that one up here in Wellington, and I'm sure everyone else watching is as well. If anyone would like to go to the program page of our website, there's a speaker biographies printable summary, and on that printable summary, Myka has kindly listed a whole lot of online resources you might like to go and have a look at. Some looks like her own blog, as well as some other things that she may have referenced throughout the talk. So I think if you're interested in following up on some of the themes in Myka's talk, you can go and have a look through her references there. Now we have a small break. Well, not a break, but we are a little ahead of schedule, and so it's 8 minutes before I want to start introducing the next talk. So we're kind of just hanging out here for a bit this time, I think. Just for Mark up in the box, we might want to be able to flick to a browser down here and just show some photos from time to time, if that would be easier enough. If it can magically happen now, we'll do it, or maybe possibly after the next one. Thank you. Oh, right.
Let's see if that works.
Oh, I've got 4 helpers now.
Yeah.
No, I just need to.
Oh, sure. Oh, it's the slide.
Oh, it's not plugged in.
Sorry.
That's Kristina's fault.
Yeah, of course.
Was it Kohacon 10? Do you remember?
Do you remember the flicker screen?
That doesn't work that way.
Oh, okay.
It's instead of the E, it's
Oh, 4.
I just go to albums.
Right.
Probably about 50 or 60 in.
Not sure how you can start halfway through.
I don't know if you can.
Can you look up the 2020 ones?
Can't find them.
Oh, yeah.
You'd have to know the
Yeah,
URL.
oh, yeah.
I wonder if you can, if we just, is there,
Because I just clicked here.
is there a way to jump forward in it? too many times.
It's all right, we're only 5 minutes.
Yep.
No, it doesn't have.
Can always have
No.
the next one.
Where were we up to? Yeah,
There we go. Just trying to find that.
that's not helpful.
Yeah, no, we'll do it later.
Yes. I mean, it has to be on here, not on your phone.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Time.
Yeah. I think we're about there, weren't we?
Yeah, I haven't seen, don't recall that one.
Yeah, we can pause there, but if we can pop that up there.
Q.
Oh, you've got to drag it across, that's right, I always forget.
Just going to have a few minutes photographic interlude.
Oh, I lost the presentation. Yeah. So it's start again. We'll just do it manually. I can flick through them. Put the key
Oh, yeah.
up a bit. Further back. About there will do. We'll start.
Yeah.
Around there. We just full screen it. Yeah, because it only starts at the beginning. Nope. Yay! Do it
Cue.
manually. I think I can use the clicker maybe. Nope. Can you run me, Bob? I'm just going to try and flick through to where we were.
Oh, nice picture.
There we go. Have we seen that one? Yeah. How about that one? Yeah. Now we have. That one we haven't.
Yeah, we have.
Yep. Oh, yep, past Francois.
Oh, yeah, true.
And Paul. I think we're out to about there, weren't we? I don't remember that one. I can't remember who that is. Does anyone know who that is? Yeah. That's right, she was. Prison service in Australia.
Silverdale?
Yeah, Silverdale, something like that. Nicole, that's where we were up to. Yeah, that's right. No. Someone from Malaysia. It's Farasat, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Will, Heiko and Robin.
True.
Heiko works for Internet NZ now. He's one of our sponsors. That weirdo. There's Irma. Don, Christy. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's recorded online. It's because the way I engineered there to be Koha at Catalyst was pretty much by asking Joe to ring and ask, is there anyone there who can do Koha support? So I'd had enough of working on stuff. And I was like, yeah. So that's one. This is George Oates, who worked for Flickr, which we're using now. and then Yahoo, and then the Open Library for a long period of time as well.
Cool. We're ready to.
We're ready to go?
So
Cool.
we're going to leave that there for
Yeah,
later?
we can leave it there, right there. Don't touch anything.
Don't
on
touch it,
I don't know
okay.
how to do it, so.
Oh, look, and thank you, Mark. Yeah, that's great. Okay, well, we've got that all set up. Our next talk is also pre-recorded all the way from Finland, and it will be presented by Esa-Pekka, Keskitalo and Ari Mäkiranta. So first I'll tell you about Esa-Pekka. Esa-Pekka Keskitalo is an IT systems manager at the National Library of Finland. He was there when the National Library and a number of other academic libraries switched over to Koha in 2019. Now he leads the team that provides Koha maintenance and development services for all of those libraries. Esa-Pekka is also responsible for CRM and software development environments at the National Library. His previous experience includes digital preservation, institutional repositories, support services for research data management, as well as open science and open access policy issues. I really wish we could have met Esa-Pekka, but I'm looking forward to his talk. And then on to Ari Mäkiranta. He is the CEO at Koha-Suomi Limited. He has been involved in open source projects in Finnish public libraries since 2010. He led the project that resulted in the very first Finnish public library going live with Koha. He now leads Koha-Suomi Limited. The company is owned by about 100 Finnish municipalities. The company provides maintenance and development services for public libraries in those municipalities. So we're about to play their talk, which is titled Unique Koha Cooperation from the National Library of Finland. And we'll play that shortly. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Esa-Pekka Keskitalo and I come from the National Library of Finland. I am an information systems manager and, among other things, I lead the team that makes Koha happen for 15 university and special libraries in Finland and for the National Library itself. Together with Ari Mäkiranta from Koha Finland Limited, we are going to tell you about how we go about Koha together, how we coordinate, how we collaborate, how we share knowledge and set common goals. We will also discuss the bigger picture of Finnish library network and how national initiatives help Koha libraries as well as others. We would not have achieved what we have without working together. We have learned that the scientific and public libraries are different from each other, but not that different. After all, we are all using Koha. Our cooperation doesn't need heavy organizational structures. We don't have complicated agreements, and we don't really bother calculating what we can get for what we must give. It will balance out and it will add value. I guess we are talking about an approach that is familiar to those of you who work with open source software projects, and I know many of you do. There's a lot to be learned from there. Everything has its time, and I'll have an example about sometimes it's better, with a good cheer, to start looking for new constellations of cooperation.
Hello, as Esa-Pekka told, my name is Ari Mäkiranta, and my part of this presentation covers Koha's use in public libraries. I used to work in Joensuu Regional Library. It is a public library in the eastern part of Finland, and about 100,000 people are living in that area. Until 2010, few competing system vendors provided ILS for Finnish public libraries. Then one of those bought competing companies, and the result was a monopoly. A monopoly is never a good situation for the customer. Prices tend to get higher and development is lower. That was the reason why we wanted to check if an open source ILS would be an alternative. A long story too short, between 2010 and 2014, we had projects that led going live with Koha in June 2014. First in Joensuu, and at the end of 2015, all public libraries in North Karelia were using the same Koha installation. Many other public libraries were also interested in Koha. The big question was, how should we organize our cooperation? In the end, we decided that the best way was to set up a limited company that provided services just for the municipalities that own it. Koha-Suomi Ltd was born in September 2016. There were 6 founding cities and now about 100 municipalities own company shares. The people living in those municipalities total over 1.5 million. We had many reasons why we wanted to start using open source ILS. As I said, costs were rising, so the finance was the first reason. The second major reason was to gain decision-making power and more control over our ILS and the data that's in it. We wanted to get a better understanding of the ILS and how we can use it. We hoped that the skill level of our employees in libraries would rise. And as I later explained, the most of those objectives have been achieved. Our work with Koha has benefited also those libraries that are still using commercial system vendors. Their costs are now much lower than before Koha came to Finnish ILS market.
So, how did Koha find its way to Finnish university libraries? They all used the same system from the dawn of history, Voyager, for the last 20 years. We knew it was getting old and we were discussing the options for years. It became obvious that different libraries had so different visions about future, different approaches, different priorities, that no single new system could have been chosen to everyone's satisfaction. After accepting this fact, things began to develop much more quickly. In 2018, about half of the Voyager users decided to put out a call for tenders, leaning towards a hosted, perhaps cloud-based solution. Eventually they chose Alma. The other half decided to adopt an open source library system. At that point of time, the selection of Koha was almost uncontested. The other options were unsuitable or had an uncertain future or were, in fact, pretty much in the future. Importantly, we had the experience of public Koha libraries there and the knowledge that they would be there for us. The path of open source and the do-it-yourself approach instead of using service providers was settled on in February 2018. The implementation project was launched in April. The first implementation happened as soon as in October, and finally a year later in October 2019, the last of the 16 libraries went live with Koha. Every migration was a common effort of the library in question and the Koha team in the National Library. The library knew their collections, their processes, and their data. The Koha team translated the needs into a migration process and also contributed to the code of Koha in order to accommodate those needs. Everything went smoothly. Still, I can tell you it was quite a year for everybody involved. Our success depended heavily on the skills and knowledge base created by the previous work done in public libraries. Many of my team members had gained experience there. I should also mention the flexibility of our server platform provider CSC, a company that provides various computing services to its owners, state and universities. Yet another thing, we could not have achieved this without the decades-long tradition of doing things together with the university libraries. And as you will see, there were crucial components of shared services around that made the transition easier for us. I think we are finally approaching the ideal of modularity, as we were really able to change one part of the whole without needing to change everything else. A state of affairs we were many times promised by our software providers, but never quite delivered. some of us did think that something important was lost when the era of one library system for all university library ended. But on the other hand, I think it was fair that the libraries could, for the first time, make the choice and were not press-ganged to an Iron Maiden of one solution. And I am pretty sure the open source option had its impact on the price tag of the other option. And we could, should I say, relax a bit. With Voyager, we had a rather heavy organization structure in place, hailing from the times when buying a single server was a huge investment. I dare to say on behalf of the scientific Koha libraries that we managed to get decisions done now with much less hassle in a framework of a very loose alliance.
In Finland, we are not using Koha's OPAC. Instead, we are using Finna, as are most of Finnish libraries. And what is Finna? It's a common OPAC for libraries. Finna is WooFind-based OPAC that most Finnish public and university libraries are using. The development and maintenance is handled by National Library. The common OPAC gives us many advantages. Centralized development is more cost-effective, as the fewer developers can handle the whole system that is then used libraries around Finland. That does not mean that the libraries can't have a say how and to what direction Finna should be developed. It's also easier for library customers that we have a same OPAC in different libraries. Even if they move to a different city or start their studies at the university, in the library they will find a familiar OPAC.
There is another national service that helped us to be quick in implementing Koha. It is the national cataloging platform that we call Melinda. We do make item records in Koha, but practically all bibliographic cataloging proper happens in Melinda. There, libraries can exploit others' input, and more metadata are also obtained directly from the Finnish publishers and library service providers. Where probably tagged, a record will then automatically replicate in the local Koha catalog. All university libraries participate in Melinda, and the large majority of public libraries. Actually, we hope to achieve complete coverage of public libraries in 2024.
Koha cooperation in Finland. As I earlier said, Koha-Suomi Ltd was born in September 2016. Before that, developers were employed by different cities, and there was a lack of coordination about how to develop Koha. That's why all system developers transferred to the company's payroll. After that, it was easier to organize development in Finland. But we already had 3 widely different versions of Koha in public libraries. So the first thing to do was to combine those. And it took almost a year before all installations were the same. We were in too much of a hurry when we went to live with Koha, so we had to do quite a lot of modifications to it. And we did not have time or knowledge how to get them to the community's version of Koha. That is why we are using the Finnish fork of Koha. Our goal is to get closer to the community's version, but we have a lot of our code that is still needed, so it is a long road to get there. Scientific libraries are getting there much faster as public libraries, as they are not using all of our code. But now I'm going to tell about our organization and how we are organizing Koha development in Finland. Koha-Suomi Ltd has of course a board. All 6 library consortiums have a member on the board. The chairman of the board is Esa-Pekka Pilppula, who is later going to tell you about Finnish library field. Our board is selected in an annual general meeting of shareholders. Koha-Suomi has 6 employees, a CEO, a super librarian, and 4 system developers. From the beginning, the idea was that the libraries and the librarians have a say in the development of Koha. So we formed some groups to help organize our work. All groups have a representative from each library consortium. All meetings are held online, and that was even before COVID-19. The first group is the expert group that has 7 members, 1 from each consortium, and I as a chairman. The expert group meets about 6 to 8 times a year, and it decides and prioritizes development and bug fixes. It organizes Koha-Suomi seminars. It decides common policies and guides other groups. Then we have a cataloging specialist group. Cataloging experts form this group, and in their meetings they decide uniform cataloging rules and policies. In Finland we are using Mark 21. All cataloging goes to Koha-Suomi wide bibliographic record repository. Basically, it's a Koha installation from which all our libraries can utilize records. Our last permanent group is the Super Librarian group, and they have a meeting once a week. In the meetings, members discuss everyday issues and solve problems. They exchange tips on how to use Koha most effectively. They test new functionalities and features, and they report bugs. And this is how public libraries have organized Koha development. As Esa-Pekka already told, when scientific libraries decided to take Koha as their ILS, it was clear that both library sectors should work together. The scientific libraries have similar groups as public libraries, and although we have our separate groups, we attend to each other meetings and share ideas and set common goals. And also Esa-Pekka and I have a brief online meeting every 2 weeks just to check what's going on in the other sector. In the past, we have organized 6 Koha seminars, and from now on we are going to do it together with scientific libraries. In the seminars we have had presentations and workshops, but the most important is to get together with different Koha users and share ideas and discuss about Koha. Because of COVID-19, in 2020 we had a webinar, but hopefully next year we can have a proper seminar. Thank you.
Well, we have told you about Koha, Melinda and Finna. Perhaps the most tangible examples are how we do things together, but many others exist. For example, we're doing cataloging pretty much together. We must be very clear about shared understanding of rules and their interpretation, and we put quite a lot of effort on that. Also, RDA and BibFrame initiatives, of course, require intense work today, and I am happy to say that we have come along pretty well on those issues. Another common effort is the Finnish ontology service Finto. The National Library has been working on providing a home for dozens of thesauri and ontologies, and it has been integrated with many places where subject headings are needed. We may have unique cooperation, but are we unique in that we cooperate? Of course not. And we would love to hear about your success stories, what you have done differently, what more you have done, and if you dare, what could have gone better. For me personally, Koha is a pretty new area of learning and networking, and I ask, please do not hesitate to be in contact with us afterwards if you would like to talk more about these things. Maybe we shall work together in the future. Remember, your library is different, but not that different. Thank you.
in Wellington. Thank you so much, Ari Mäkiranta and Esa-Pekka Keskitalo. That was very, very cool. Has anyone in the room in Wellington, I can't ask you online, has anyone in the room heard of a better organised consortium of libraries than that one? Much head shaking in the room, I can assure you. We're really impressed. We all know how great Koha is, and we all know that if we had the organisation behind us to do the work, to work with others more effectively in the way that you allow, we could do great things. So it's really inspiring to have an example of it being worked on so actively and with such dedication. So thank you again so much for sharing that with us. Well, we have a few minutes to spare. Esa-Pekka says something at the end that was, libraries are different, but not that different. I thought that was really cool too. Yeah, Joe Ransom just quoted someone we know, Catherine Greenhill, who says, "Beware the tyranny of small differences." It's Chris, and Chris Cormack says, what else did everyone say on this topic? Chris Cormack always says that he thought Koha was just a big database, but it turned out it was a database with thousands and thousands and thousands of different crazy rules. I don't know where all those crazy rules are there, but whether we need them all, I guess that one's up for discussion. Which ones to use? I bet the Finnish libraries talk about that a lot at their fortnightly meetings. Yeah, that list of stuff they do at those super librarian meetings is just like, cool, test stuff, report bugs. Was that one? That one was weekly. Yeah. I wonder if you are listening, that group. I wonder if your minutes might be somewhere public where we can spy on them, or maybe the highlights. We could learn a lot from you. I think we'd all like to learn more. All right. Well, we have just a few minutes, only 3. So I don't think we need... we've got a 10-minute lightning talk before afternoon tea. And that lightning talk is going to start at 3 o'clock. So we've actually got 7 minutes. We're just going to chill here for a bit. I'm not going to press anything on this presenter laptop. I just gave Chris Cormack a desperate look and decided not to press the button. He didn't need to say anything. Yeah. I did read the questions on Slido. Brendan wanted something to do with a cup of tea in between times. No, he just wanted photos of the afternoon tea. Oh, did he mean the afternoon tea? We take breaks. They just want photos. Oh, maybe I'll do a... Yeah, you don't get everything you want in life. We could take it, maybe some of us could take a little video at afternoon tea time just to show you what we're eating. The Scrummy Scrolls, they only operate in Wellington for now, but who knows, maybe they'll be delivering internationally. No new questions, no worries. Oh, I have some interesting facts. I wrote them down earlier in case this happened. Kohacon20 has now had, at lunchtime, there were 519 registrations. They're still trickling in. And some of those registrations are for groups, so it will say such and such library. I assume they're having a watch party in their meeting room or something like that. So hi to any of those libraries. If you are having a watch party, it would be cool to see a photo of what you're up to. And then the day one, the Kohacon20 Day 1 video had 822 views, and that was just of the full Day 1 video. There's lots of individual cut-up videos there as well now. I think there are. That had so some of the views are spread. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. So no doubt we'll see those numbers numbers go up. I was going to say this could be like a telethon. I don't know if people overseas know what a telethon is, but back in the 80s, there was this thing where on TV, because everyone watched TV and didn't really watch anything else. I guess you listen to the radio. But on TV, there'd be these kind of live, it was like a live call centre collecting donations on TV. And then there'd be some acts on TV, and I can't remember why. Oh, that sort of stuff. Yeah, I was going to say, why did you give money to get? Chris was saying things like, kind of like dares and like a bidding on like someone, you might pay someone $10,000 to shave their head. It might be a raffle. Anyway, we. Oh. That was, weird stuff. People would just pay celebrities to do things on TV. Bit strange. Let's not do that. But yeah, 519. Maybe it's up to 520 by now. Yeah. Any more fun facts are welcome at MC Central Podium. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Brendan Gallagher. Yeah, hey, Brendan. Yeah, Brendan said he's seen it up to around 90 active viewers, which is pretty good for the time zone. It's a pretty unsocial time of day for most Koha libraries. Cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that they'd do on a telethon. Someone would pay money to charity for you to stay up all night. But Kathryn Fisher's staying up all night because she's dedicated, and she is the Koha Community QA, the Koha Release QA manager, and has been for several Koha releases now. Yeah, just about everyone who's ever got some code in Koha knows who Kathryn is, and anyone who ever wanted something tested knows who Kathryn is. Everyone who wants something to be tested should find out who Kathryn is. Well, I will slowly begin to introduce the next. Oh no! If I start now, it'll start early. No, we just hang on a little longer. Yeah, hold your horses. Is that a saying? Do other people say that around the world? Hold your horses. Yeah. No interpretive dance. Oh, true, Ian. Yeah, no, Ian. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that would be on a telethon. I'm not even going to put it out there. Like, I guess if you paid enough money, I'd do an interpretive dance to give money to a good charity, but it'd be quite a lot of money. I didn't set a dollar amount on it. You guys can start auctioning that off. Depends what I have to interpret, I guess. Yeah. How does it go, Chris? All right, that's enough. We're going to have the next talk. So this is the last talk before afternoon tea. And the title of the talk, we'll go title first this time. The title of the talk is Support Isn't Just Tickets, Marketing to the Believers. So we have Jessica, Zairo and Adam Brooks back. And I had some lovely feedback on your talk yesterday, Jessica and Adam. It was kind of like in respect to the maturity of Koha as a project, that we even have talks about the approaches to marketing we can have, not just among vendors, but from library to library. So thank you again for bringing these topics to Kohacon. And I won't read their bios again, because we did have talks from Jessica and Adam yesterday, and this is a snappy lightning talk, so I'll read you the summary. I edited this a little bit to sound a little bit Kiwi, I think. So I said, You'd be hard pushed to find a Koha librarian who hasn't learned something from the regular updates and tutorials sent out by Bywater Solutions. So Jessica and Adam are joining us now to talk about how their approach to sharing news on Koha oh, dearie me. I wrote that for myself, but it didn't come out very nicely. I'll start just back a little way. So Jessica and Adam are joining us to talk about how their approach to sharing news on Koha and other open source software has helped libraries improve their services and made Bywater's Koha support services run more easily too. So a little more from Jessica and Adam now. Thank you.
My name is Jessie.
And I'm Adam.
And today we're going to talk to you about marketing to the believers. So support just isn't tickets. As a support provider, we provide solutions and troubleshootings for all of our partners. And our most important role is to market Koha and enhance our partners' experience, really making it easy for them to understand Koha, and then of course go on and make that transition into telling others about Koha. So in today's presentation, we're going to talk about how we share news about Koha and other open source projects to help improve how libraries see those products.
I'm Adam Brooks. I'm the Western and International Sales Consultant for Bywater Solutions. I've been here about 3 years. Prior to that, I was a public library director for about 15 years and moved 2 different libraries over to Koha during that time. And then Nate and Brendan asked me to come to the dark side, and now I have been here for 3 years.
And my name is Jessie Zairo. I've been here at Bywater Solutions for about 5 years, and prior to this, I worked at a library in Tampa, Florida, in a consortium, and then prior to that, I was a law librarian.
So the question comes up, what constitutes marketing? We're going to talk about 4 things during this short presentation: education, outreach, engagement and collaboration, and partnerships. We concentrate on these topics for our library partners. We refer to the libraries that we support as our partners because it is really a true give and take for all of us. We benefit from them and they benefit from us. So here are approximately 10 minutes worth of ideas for marketing to the believers.
So our first one is education. And education is a very big part of what we do at Bywater Solutions. We want all of our partners to find information for Koha as quickly and easily as possible. We solicit feedback from our partners so we can provide that content for them, and we offer it in various formats. So here are just a few things that we do. Our website has a section where they can explore Koha, and they can go into each one of those modules where they can learn more, whether it's a short video or a long video or step-by-step instructions that help them find the information that they need. We do a short segment called Monday Minutes, where it shows our users just a quick run through of how to do something in the system. And then of course, all of that information is hosted on our YouTube channel, where anyone in the world, any Koha user, open source user, can go and watch that education.
Another thing that we're really huge about here at Bywater is outreach. We have a constant email marketing presence. We do constant contacts on almost a weekly basis. We have a podcast called The Library is Open that Jessie Zairo hosts. Do you want to tell a little bit more about what you cover in the podcast?
Yeah, we talk to libraries, anyone who uses open source products, and we get them to share their story. So it's a way to get exposure and market what they're doing in their library.
Another thing we do as far as outreach, our Librarian of the Month, we have our partners and our staff nominate people who work with Koha and Bywater, and we send them a plaque and ask them to send a picture that we also share on social media. We also send out on the top right, these welcome packets go out to all of our new partner libraries after their training so that they can promote Koha to their customers and patrons.
And a big shout out to Chris Cormack. We saw him wearing a cape at Kohacon a few years ago, and we thought, what a fabulous way to send out to our libraries and to really get them pumped up for moving over to Koha. Another way for great marketing is engagement. So one of the things we do at Bywater Solutions is we have a Slack channel where our partners can come in, they can ask Bywater Solutions questions, but they can also talk with one another. And so this has been a huge way for our partners to engage with each other, get ideas about reports, how they've set things up on their OPAC, and really have that librarian to librarian experience. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, we have a fabulous picture of some of our partners holding a completion sign for training. It's a great way to get them engaged and excited about Koha. And then, of course, social media. Social media is a very big push for us, sending stuff out on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn to make sure that whether we're providing education or outreach or any type of material, we want to get that in the presence of our partners. And not only do we push out our own content, but we share what our partners are doing. So a great way to get that exposure out.
Another thing we like to do to engage with our partners is when we do have obviously this hasn't happened lately, but when we do have a travel situation where we're going to a section of the country for a conference or another demo or anything like that, we try to go maybe a day early or stay a day longer and visit some of our partners in the area, go by the library, see how things are going, even just to say hi and put names with faces. It's really been very effective for us.
Collaboration. So this is huge for marketing. Some of the things we do is we're part of Koha US, the Bywater Solutions team, and a lot of our member libraries participate with Koha US. They have fabulous user groups, which allow people to focus in on certain sections like acquisitions, technical services, user services, whatever it may be. It's a great way to kind of collaborate with them and get exposure out to what other libraries are doing. And then, of course, presentations at conferences. This is a great way to collaborate with both your library partners and get the word out about Koha. You can see the one in the upper right that was at ALA a few years ago where we were talking about Elasticsearch, and that's two of our partners that were speaking to other individuals. So it wasn't coming just from Bywater Solutions, it was coming from librarians that are actually using the product. And the second one was a collaboration that we did with Thomas More University in Kentucky. And that was a great way to get information out about their migration to Koha.
Another very important part of our marketing is partnerships. We sponsor Koha Summits. What these are small regional in-person gatherings where we invite our partners in the area and then also potential partners. And then we have the actual agenda is our partners talking about their experience working with Bywater. It's been hugely helpful for us to have people who are contemplating moving to Koha sitting at the same table with people who have used Koha and been pleased with it for some time.
It's a really great way for them to have that honest conversation with an individual. And then it's a great way for our partners to also give their presentation about Koha and how it's helped them in their library. Finally, we'll open it up for some questions. We hope that some of these ideas will help you with your marketing, and we'd love to hear what you're doing.
We made that too.
We like to try and get any type of Koha exposure that we can, and this goes to a big shout out to Kat in Germany. She sent that to us when our daughter was born. If you have questions, please feel free to contact us. We love to hear what you're doing, and we hope that some of the experiences and things that we're doing here will help you get the exposure for Koha out.
Awesome. Thanks so much again, Jessie and Adam. We're going to head out to afternoon tea here in Wellington. And I just wanted to say before we do that the shiny green cape that Chris wore that you saw again, Jessie and Adam, was actually made by Lee Rowe, who's here today and was one of our presenters tomorrow. So just reassigning that credit. That you saw was actually made by Lee Rowe, who's here today and was one of our presenters tomorrow. So just reassigning that credit. Cool. We'll be back in 30 minutes. That you saw was actually made by Lee Rowe, who's here today and was one of. Oh, cool. I would have actually done dance if I'd known. It was just us who saw that. Oh, it was pretty cool. I mean, I was so excited about it. Yeah. Oh, you did? Oh, no, there was the stream, yeah. There was the stream. So yeah, full screens. Kathryn. Oh, gosh. Not the screen of the screen, the screen of the screen. Kathryn, that's what it would be like if you cloned yourself. Yeah. It's a lot easier to just do it on video conference. Half an hour. Till 3:40. That might not be quite half an hour now. Oh yeah. Just under half an hour. No, because you can still use that.
Oh, to you.
Hayley. Welcome back to the last session for the day, day 2 of Kohacon. We have 2 sessions this afternoon or 2 talks this afternoon, and the first one is a lightning talk. So I will be inviting David Nind back to the stage for a quick introduction to using OpenRefine for tidying up messy data and getting it ready to import into Koha. Thank you, David.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings and welcome to you all. Apologies for those who've seen me do this talk before, and I'll try and go through it as quickly as I can. It's not going to be exciting as marketing to believers, but librarians in particular, and most people I know have some messy data lying around somewhere. So now this isn't. Most of the support providers have lots of scripts and programs and processes to get your data nice and tidy out of your old systems into your new systems. And this isn't quite in the same league, but so in this example, you're going to take some messy data from an old system and use OpenRefine to tidy it up. So has anyone ever heard of OpenRefine? Some people have. So it originally started as a Google product, but now it's its own community, and that's really for tidying up messy data. And I'm not a programmer, and I can't write scripts and things to take something and turn it into something else. So I'm just going to give a quick summary of how I used it quite a while ago, and then just work through some screenshots. I did think of doing a live demo, but that's at this time of day, I thought that's a bit of a step too far. So we had an old system, and if that looks like a DOS program, then yes, it is. And when you could get the data out, but it was 56,000 rows of. There was a repeating rows, but if you tried to tidy that up with anything I could find, it would have been taken a while. So you do have to work out what the data is and if it's required. So in this case, it was quite easy to match it up with some nice columns. And I made a mistake in my presentation, and there should be a screenshot here of a nice spreadsheet with nice ordered columns and the data the way you want it. So you could just imagine the perfect data sitting there ready for you to do what you want with it. Now there's some cool resources for OpenRefine before I go into the screenshot bonanza. So there's obviously the OpenRefine website. There's lots of things you can transform data in columns in OpenRefine. And there's lots of, they call them recipes, but it's just ways of doing some of the common things like working with dates and turning text into numbers and fiddling with ISBN numbers so that they're valid and things like that. But the other resource I would recommend, if you have carpentry instructors in your area, like universities do, and other people are library carpentry or instructors, then if there's courses available in your area, then they're really worthwhile. They make all their lesson plans free and available in an open source way, and it's step by step how to work through some of these. They're designed to be instructor-led, but they're really useful if you can't get along to those. So let's get started. So OpenRefine is, you run it locally, so your data doesn't go anywhere outside of there. You start the program up and it opens up in your browser window. And you can get data from spreadsheets or lots of different formats. and I didn't highlight that, but you browse and find the file that you want. And then it has a go at trying to identify what's in that source that you've tried to open. And it can work with lots of different formats, so not just spreadsheets, but text files and the normal stuff, and JSON, and I think you can scrape websites, and you can do lots of even Mark. It can open Mark, so but lots of different formats. But it has a go at trying to figure out what you want to do, what it is. In this case, you could tell it. Ooh, there's the result. But you could tell it to. There it was just going to have lots of rows because that's how it was in the thing. You could say, oh, this stuff repeats every 27 lines, and it's turned it into a nice columns, and you've got your data in there. So you then say, yep, that's what I want to do, and you create a project. Now what happens is it doesn't alter wherever that source data comes from. It puts it into OpenRefine, and it's totally separate, so you're not touching your original data source, which is quite good, because then I don't know how many times I've started with a spreadsheet and might have fiddled around with it and saved it and overwritten the last one, and I said, I really mucked that up and I need to go back, but you don't have SharePoint or version control or anything. So anyway, it doesn't touch your original source, and then everything you do in OpenRefine you can undo, or you can replay if you want to go the other way as well. Cool. So yay, we've got some data in here. It's in columns. There's a few problems with some of this data, and we'll try and fix up a couple of them. And we'll see what we can do. So instead of manually turning 56,323 lines into a nice spreadsheet, it did it straight away. It took me a couple of days to find a solution, and I found OpenRefine, but that's neither here nor there. OpenRefine works on the idea of transforming what's in the columns. So you click on that column header, and there's a lot of options. So this is a really simple one, and obviously you can do this in a spreadsheet, but you can remove the column, or you can join columns together quite nicely. So I don't have an example of doing that, but you can move them around. So sort of some of the normal spreadsheet functions you might have. And then a more trickier thing is, which you can obviously still do in spreadsheets, is that one of those columns, everything's in uppercase in this way because it was a DOS program and it didn't like lowercase or mixes or anything like that. I want that column 3, I think it started off as a in sentence case, in title case, sorry. Yay, and then you just do that, and it's that whole column, those 2,000 rows are all nicely in title case. So you could go and do that in all your rows. Now, another interesting feature of this system, if you look at column 2 there's this long number, and that's a Unix timestamp date, although it's on Windows, so I don't know how that worked, but anyway. So if you want to do some really advanced stuff, and I searched and found this on the internet, so there's a function, and you can use Python and other programming languages if you know those. So it has an inbuilt language, and so that formula turns that timestamp weird number into a proper date that I can understand. So that's really cool because there's quite a few columns. And on the left-hand side there, if you see, there's not much of a history in here because I only did a couple of changes when I did the screenshot. It keeps a history on the left-hand side, so you can undo and redo any of those actions you've done. And if you've got a repeating process, so you always get data in a particular way, with the project, you can basically, you've sorted out the process, and you can just make it repeat all those steps every time you open a new project. So you don't have to manually set up all these steps again. So I think that's really quite, I'm sure librarians don't get data that they have to repeat the same process over and over again to make it do something. But anyway. And another cool feature that I quite like in my last 25 seconds is there's this thing called facets. So you can select a column, and I didn't really show this properly, or did I? I didn't. You can say that column 3, which is authors, you can facet it by that, and it'll group them all together. Now these were like groups of one, but you can see Joseph E. Stiglitz is. I'm sure librarians have never seen people, they use authority control and everything's spelt right. But say there was 100, one was spelt right and there was 20 wrong, you could just edit that and it would fix them all up for you. And there's some other smart faceting and things to try and help tidy up that things. So that's all I was really going to share. I've really only scratched the surface of what you can do if you're into Wikidata and open data and exporting stuff and doing weird and wonderful things with open data and other things. There's a huge number of other features in Open Refine. So yeah, if you've got messy data and you want a free and open source software program that will help you with that, and you're not a computer programmer who doesn't know how to write all their scripts, then it's something really useful that you could use.
You're fine. Awesome. Thanks so much, David. It sounds like David started using Open Refined a couple of years ago, just when people were starting to talk about it. So very cool to have that today. Thank you very much. Excuse my paper rustling near the microphone. We just have one more presentation for the day, and the presenter's name is Janet McGowan, who is now a Director of Operations at PTFS Europe. And Janet has worked with the company since 2011 and has a background as a systems librarian at a UK university library. She says she likes cats and books. Her favourite colour is green. And her favourite New Zealand sweet is the Perkinana. So it's an unusual choice, but the Perkinana lovers love the Perkinana. So I'm going to leave you with Janet shortly. So last talk for the day. I'll pop back briefly for a roundup after this, and then that'll be us until tomorrow or tonight, depending where you are in the world. Cheers.
Hello, greetings from the UK. I'm Janet McGowan. As you can see, I'm Director of Operations here at PTFS Europe. As part of my role at the company, I oversee project implementations and our support service. Being a relatively small company, there are 17 of us in all. I'm still very hands-on and always happy to be the project lead for new projects that come my way. I find running a Koha rollout is a really satisfying part of my job. So in my session today, I'm going to be talking about some of the customization bits and pieces that we tend to do either as part of a project implementation or as ongoing support for our customers. I've been with the company since 2011 and have seen huge changes to Koha as it is matured over the years. As we know, Koha is in use in hundreds of libraries around the world. But of course, libraries have their own workflows and ideas of what they want from a system. In calling this session, You Say Tomato, I Say Tomato, I hope to highlight some of the changes that we've habitually made for customers. Whatever our international or even sectoral differences, I'll showcase how Koha gives us the flexibility to manage different requirements. I'll be looking primarily at customizations that are possible from the staff user interface, not from the back end. In addition, I will look at some areas where changes to core code have meant that CSS or jQuery changes are no longer required. This is because increasingly more and more features become mainstream as system preferences, for example, which makes customization easier and changes simpler to sustain. So, first of all, a bit of background about our customer base. For all you support companies out there, I should imagine this sort of spread of sector isn't that unusual. We have customers ranging from public libraries to government organisations to academic sites, further and higher education. We have hospital libraries and consortia, law libraries and special libraries. So from that range, you can probably anticipate there is always going to be differences in requirements. So from a project infrastructure point of view, we see differences between sectors, such as the need to set up self-issue SIP clients in academia versus the use of Koha-Suomi self-issue in law and special libraries. And then from the OPAC side of things, how do you promote your Koha OPAC? Is it the front end for users? Do you want to integrate EDS into Koha using the EBSCO plugin? Or is the preference to have your own discovery layer, such as Viewfind or Summon up front? So these are the sort of areas that get ironed out during project planning. But what about other smaller types of change that make such a difference to libraries and to library users? So let's talk about language. As we're in the UK, one of the first things we tend to do prior to initial OPAC training session is to make sure that, at the very least, the first view of the catalogue keyword index is spelt our way. So catalogue to catalogue with a UE. So as a quick fix on the Koha OPAC for our UK customers, we tend to always change catalogue to catalogue with a UE with a little bit of jQuery in OPAC user JS, which you can see there. So it's a small thing. Sometimes this is enough of a change to make. But of course, many of our special and law libraries have offices in many other countries, so having British English spelling isn't such a big issue. Then we have the good old cart, the simple cart. Oh, what controversy, you wouldn't believe. We all know what the cart is for. A session-based place to keep records temporarily in order to download records, save them in different formats, or reserve multiple books at a time. We're all familiar with that. But over the years, we've come across requests for several different naming conventions for this oh-so-simple feature. So we've been asked to call it trolley. We've been asked to call it my items. We've been asked to call it several variations on folder, my folder with a space, the rather jaunty my folder without a space, or even session folder. We've been asked to call it basket, which of course adds a little confusion to the context of the acquisitions basket for ordering. And then, of course, users can switch off the basket entirely with the system preference OPAC book bag. I think often reasons given for renaming the cart is because for many libraries, adding something to a cart gives the impression of purchase. In online shopping, we add our purchases to a cart prior to the checkout. In these cases, we steer away from terminology that indicates a monetary transaction. So changing the term cart to folder, for example, may have more of an academic feel, and we'll sometimes even be asked to hide the little trolley icon itself, the shopping basket icon itself. So it's really great when we can manage a change using a simple system preference to disable a feature, such as in this instance with the OPAC book bag switch. However, changing the name of certain features can involve lots of jQuery. So an example of lots of jQuery. Take this snapshot of part of the OPAC user.js block, which shows just a sample of the code that is needed to rename all the bits of the cart from cart to, in this instance, my items or item list, a combination of those terms. And of course, that's a really large overhead. And what about then if the core code in the next version of Koha for the OPAC changes a little bit with the next release? So for a more sustainable approach, there is the ability to use a translation package. Of course, the most obvious reason for a translation is because we all speak different languages. We have sites with language packs installed for French, German, Hebrew, Russian, to name but a few. But in addition, there is the ENGB language pack, which allows for a consistent application of our British English spellings. So there is the community wiki site. In recent years, the ENGB translation has actually been maintained on the Pootle system, for the most part, by my husband, John McGowan. We like to keep Koha in the family at our house. From the Koha community website, there is a link to the Pootle translations server, which lists all the language packs that can be installed on your Koha system. So that does need applying at the back end. But with new releases, John will spend several hours turning English into English. He'll be updating terminology such as catalog to catalog with that oh so famous UE on the end. Patrons become users, checkout becomes issue, check-in becomes return, holds become reservations. And alongside the ENGB translation introduces the cart to folder switch. So the translations are great. They ensure that there is consistent usage across both the OPAC and staff interface. So for spelling differences, terminology differences, the translations really help with this. But what about where there are requests for extra functionality? So for cases like this, I've called it shifting priorities, we can fall back again to making good use of jQuery. So where the OPAC is the landing point for the user experience, getting it right becomes very important. By default, the basic search in Koha gives a really good selection of indexes, title, ISBN, ISSN, subject, and so on. But for us, it's not uncommon to be asked to move them around, particularly if people are migrating from a system where title search has been the starting point. We might be requested to move title search to the default, as in this example that I've got on screen there. So in this instance, we're moving title search and we're inserting it at the top of the masthead search. Other requests that have been made are to change title search to a title phrase search to get more of a exactness in the search. And we can see the results of that in the snapshot there. But in addition, this next is another example of a frequently asked question for us. Can we have a journal search on the basic search bar? Can we have an electronic materials search on that basic search option set? So for libraries, I think, that haven't introduced a discovery platform who are cataloging all of their electronic materials using Koha, this can be a really key way for end users to find library electronic data. Of course, a user, as we know, can go to advanced search and combine search terms with item types or locations or collection codes to get the same result. But as long as a material is identifiable as an item type, with a bit of jQuery, as described here on the screenshot on the left-hand side, you can add an electronic search or a journal search to the pull-down list on the basic search. So we can see here electronic has been added to the list. So really, the ability to add CSS to the OPAC or the staff interface with the right system preferences means we can hide or change the look of features. Yes, I'm afraid some people don't want to enable the mark view on their OPAC, but a little bit of code in OPAC user CSS hides that display of mark view using the display none there. And I think what we're also asked, so I've been thinking about features around the OPAC, but in addition, we've often asked about making changes to how the actual bibliographic records display in full and results view, not just the features surrounding them, such as the display of a mark view or the display of a cart. So underlying the displays for the bibliographic records in full and results in full view and results view are the XSLT style sheets. The style sheets such as in the OPAC Mark 21 Slim 2 OPAC detail.xsl, Mark 21 Slim 2 OPAC results.xsl. They really trip off the tongue. I've certainly dipped into these files on the server to make changes to them. I've added tags that relate to instrumentation for some of our music libraries because those types of mark tag aren't present by default in the XSLT, and for the majority of libraries they wouldn't need to be, but for some sectors they are. However, now increasingly I'm finding that the way that these style sheets are put together, it uses classes and IDs throughout. And because of that, we can use those identifiers to make changes to the display. So here on the left, we can see how we've been able to pull out the class online resources, online_resources, and that allows us to apply some styling to an element of the record. And in this instance, the part of the record that is marked up with the class online resources, correspondingly, it's the 856 tag that we're enabling. We have the ability to change. So on the right-hand side, we can see two alternatives for two different customers, how they've chosen to display, how they've chosen to represent the 856 tag in the results view. So we can see here this online access for JISC News, sort of highlighted, bit bolder, a sort of brighter colour. And then in the example below, we've got online access for Springer, and it's set in a square box there. So it just brings it more prominently to screen. So essentially, in each instance, the customer wanted a clearer view of those 856 links. And by hooking onto the classes, as described in the XSLT style sheets, we can enhance the display. So we're still using CSS. We still have to add our CSS elements into OPAC user CSS, but we can easily promote fields by doing that, as long as we can identify them. So I've just put up a few examples of where we've used some CSS and jQuery to do things. As I'm sure you all know, there are great resources on the community pages for jQuery and CSS snippets, and I've put them up here as links. Koha lets us make all these changes with CSS and jQuery. But there is always an associated caveat with this, because with new Koha versions, the hooks that we use to select elements in a jQuery statement or even with a bit of CSS may change, and as a result, they may stop working or may not work as we expected. Also, for CSS on the OPAC, we sometimes need to revisit styling that has been applied previously on an OPAC page. If the page layout has changed fractionally, we may need to reapply margins or colors or background layout and so on. So with this in mind, ultimately, it is great whenever we're able to manage different custom requirements as much as possible through the options available in the admin interface. So Koha enhancements make things easier. Koha enhancements always seem to be coming in that fill gaps where previously we might have had to resort to using and adding extras with relying heavily on jQuery. Several versions ago, I was adding jQuery to intranet user.js, so the staff side JavaScript area, in order to group reports for a customer on the circulation homepage. So I've added the snippet of jQuery that I added. It uses the jQuery syntax, and it's adding some HTML after a particular element on this circulation page. But of course, you do need to know that jQuery syntax. You need to know how to use it, and that can really act as a barrier for library systems admins. So this is the after. Now we have the system preference intranet circulation home HTML. With this in place, with this system preference in place, it is possible to add a button for a report with a bit of HTML markup directly to the circulation homepage without any jQuery at all. And this makes customization of this sort much more accessible to more and more Koha systems admin staff. So here we can see just adding in the HTML into intranet circulation home HTML gives me my new custom holds to pull report at the bottom of the circulation block on the circulation page. It's also worth pointing out that there's the intranet reports home HTML, which acts as the same, it allows the same sort of customization with HTML, but on the reports homepage. So another instance of where changes have come in to make all our lives easier is in the staff interface again. But in the past, customers have preferred a much shorter patron modification page with fewer details, hiding things like perhaps date of birth or multiple contact detail blocks. Previously, we've had to do that using jQuery. And in this instance here, we can see I've hidden the date of birth field, I've hidden the label for the date of birth field and so on, and renaming a contact field in this instance with the .html action. But the introduction of the system preference borrower unwanted field accommodates hiding fields like that. It gives us an easy way to suppress fields. All we need to do is add in the right database columns into the block in order to suppress the fields that we don't wish to see on that patron modification page. If we want to, we can still relabel fields, such as in this instance, relabeling alternate contact information as staff contact. We can still relabel fields with jQuery, but hiding patron fields now is much easier to manage and is part of basic systems admin rather than a specialized customization. And that has to be a good thing. So going back to the OPAC, on the OPAC academic libraries I've worked with have often wanted to trim down the number of export options. There's a great deal available in the OPAC by default. For academics, that might be to highlight RIS, the RAS format, for their bibliographic software integrations, or hide mark export options, for example, to avoid confusion. And we used to handle this with jQuery in OPAC user.js, and you can see the examples there, hiding the RIS value, hiding the bibtex value, so that they would not display as exportable options. But now on the right-hand side, we can see the system preference OPAC export options, it's a case of setting tick boxes when we want to hide or otherwise different export options. It's perfect. And I think one of my favorite additions in recently has been to do with facets. So the range of facets and the order that they show on the OPAC is something that frequently arises. Certain facets are not required for some sectors, like places in the example here. In this instance, previously, we've had to use jQuery to remove the facet, or you could also do that with CSS if you wanted to, but it picks out the ID and it hides it. Alternatively, some facets for some customers may take a higher priority, as they might want subjects to come above item types when they're viewing their facet options on the OPAC. But with Elasticsearch, you can control which facets you want to display and in which order they are. It becomes a simple admin task. So in the Elasticsearch administration area, we have our facets. We can tick which ones we want to show on the OPAC, and this works as a drag and drop functionality. So I can click and drag my facets into different orders depending on how I want to display them, which facets are more important to me. So I think essentially in this session, I wanted to showcase really Koha's flexibility. When you think of the numbers and types of Koha implementations around the world, there are bound to be differences in usage and requirement. And I've only picked out a few here today. But Koha does give us the flexibility to make changes, but also, and that's particularly with allowing us to get at jQuery with OPAC user.js, we can get at CSS with OPAC user CSS. But as versions go by, it becomes increasingly possible to use new features that are brought into the core code. And that minimizes customization work and gives library sysadmins more and more tools to tailor their Koha systems without a large support overhead. So from my point of view, in projects and implementations, that's also a great thing. Which brings me towards the end of my session. So finally, really, when I thought about this session back in January, I thought I'd be traveling to the lovely New Zealand in person. And for me, it had an added joy because it would have meant I could have visited my brother. And he lives near Te Mata Peak. And I'm afraid this wasn't out of my mind when I picked, I must admit, the somewhat cheesy title of my session. You say tomato, I say tomato. So I wish I was at Te Mata. Alas, I won't be visiting anytime soon. But thanks for letting me have a slot at Kohacon. We're thinking of you all during the Kohacon. I know this is pre-recorded, but thinking of you all, we'll be tuning in the wee hours and watching all of these sessions. Thinking of you all, have a great conference. Thanks for listening.
Just lovely, and I think we all in the room felt your warmth, and as if you were here when you let us know how much you would like to be in Te Mata. Yeah, we would of course love to have you here too, and I hope you're enjoying all the sessions you've been watching as well as your own one. I suspect that's another session where librarians are going to have their, well, you won't have a remote control that. I guess you'll be pressing pause on YouTube and scribbling things down and looking things up. And so I hope everyone in the room's got some good tricks to try out when they get back to work. So that brings us to the end of day 2. I wondered if, Mark, you don't mind just flicking to the sponsors slide as well, just while I do a wrap up of everything from day 2. It's not urgent, it would just be nice to have the sponsors slide up. Thank you. So thank you so much to all of our generous sponsors. I will briefly name them just now. So Bywater Solutions, Equinox Open Library Initiative, EBSCO and Catalyst IT. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Linux Australia, PTFS Europe, FE Technologies and Internet NZ. Thank you, thank you. And Librarian, the Library Bar, Flamingo and Beatnik Publishing, who've been sponsoring the books we've been giving away as gifts. Thank you all so much for your generous support that helps us keep this conference free for everyone. So I am going to briefly wrap up what we covered today before we all head off for the day, the night, the morning, wherever we may be. So we started this morning with the 1999 Koha project team. I've not seen the 1999 song, but we started with the 1999 Koha project team, Rosalie Blake, Rachel Hamilton-Williams and Chris Cormack. And I think it was really awesome to see Rachel and Rosalie alongside Chris to hear the origin story. I heard some of the same anecdotes, maybe told a little more truthfully. So yeah, I'll remember that. I'll have to remember whose anecdotes I'm going to tell next time. And they pushed us further to go, wow, we've got this system, and how else can we extend the values of giving and sharing and caring for our communities into the other work we do? And so we heard about we were given a thrown down a challenge to think sustainably in our libraries more holistically than just our software, which is something everyone who has already adopted Koha has taken a big step to achieving. So thank you so much to this morning's keynotes. We moved on to a recorded talk from Sonia Bouis, and I was really looking forward to hearing about how they had implemented the rules around the GDPR using Koha, because it's something I had always thought I should know more about but never felt compelled to read about, if I'm honest with myself. So I really appreciated Sonia's talk, and I also really loved the way she managed to superimpose herself on some little scenes, and we really got to feel her as a presenter as well as see where she is and what she's been working on. After that, we presented the Kohacon community video, which has been tweeted out from the @NZ Koha account. So if you missed the video, you can go and watch it. It's only a few minutes long, and is just a warm expression of from some of the Koha libraries and librarians around the world. After morning tea, we had heard from Caroline Cyr La Rose, who talked about a catalogue that she has created for cataloguing Koha resources, in particular starting with plugins, but could potentially be cataloguing all kinds of Koha resources that we could share. And Caroline would love to hear from any librarians that would be interested in helping the efforts towards cataloguing more stuff about Koha for us all to use as a community. Following Caroline, we had a great sort of work. I don't know how she met. Well, I do. We all saw how Kristina managed to do it. Kristina Hoeppner gave us a presentation called Stronger Through Integration, and without it being a presentation, managed to encourage us to write this wonderful list of ways that Koha is already stronger through integration and ways that we would like it to be stronger or more integrated in the future. And I encourage you to take a look at the Padlet. If you watch Kristina's presentation, there's a link to a Padlet online where we all jotted down some ideas, and that was from people both in the room and listening, so we can keep adding to that Padlet and thinking about those ideas for the future. Following Kristina, Sher Afzal Khan gave us a live presentation from Pakistan. It was 4 a.m. when he started, and it was absolutely wonderful to hear about his study on the perceptions of Koha in Pakistan, and fascinating for us to hear what they are, and in some cases where they might be the flip side from what we know to how Koha is perceived in another place. I think it can only remind us that our experiences shape everything we do and everything we know, and we can never assume that we know what we know because someone else experiences the exact same thing in an opposite way. So thank you, Sher Afzal Khan, for that. It was wonderful. Following lunch. We had a lovely lunch out, and following that, Myka Kennedy Stephens gave us a talk called "A Patron, a Librarian and a Developer Walk into a Bar." And her talk was focused on the ways that the patron, the librarian, and the developer are all needed to have a successful collaboration and future for Koha. And the way she talked us through that was really wonderful, and I hope will help a lot of people think about the ways they can foster stronger relationships between those three groups or those three kinds of people, and to strengthen what they're doing in their libraries. Next up, we had a talk titled Unique Koha Cooperation, and the presenters were Ari Mäkiranta from Koha-Suomi Limited and Esa-Pekka Keskitalo from the National Library of Finland. And we were all a bit gobsmacked here in New Zealand because the way they described the consortia they are running and how they work together and keep in constant communication and actually make change and just keep working towards a better experience and a better koha for all of their libraries was stunning. So everyone watch that one and then do some doing, because it sounds like they have some meetings and then they do the work. So yeah, we were all really impressed by what was presented, and we thank you for that. Next up, we heard from Jessica, Zairo and Adam Brooks at Bywater Solutions around a topic. The title was Support Isn't Just Tickets, Marketing to the Believers. And we all know them from their YouTube content, from some of the other outreach they do, and they talked us through their approach to marketing with their libraries, or their partners, and how their partners then go on to tell those stories of their own successes and Koha's successes too. So that was lovely. Then in New Zealand, we all had a break for afternoon tea and came back for the final two sessions of the day. So second to last was a lightning talk from David Nind. So David is one of our documentation champions in the Koha community, and his talk was titled Working with Messy Data, and he took us through a very beginner's overview of Open Refine as a way that non-developers can tidy up their data. So thank you, David, for that. I think some people will be going and thinking about how they can do that, and perhaps some libraries who don't have the money to pay for someone else to migrate their data will consider using Open Refine to do that, to tidy up their data and import it into Koha. I know that some libraries around the world have done that, and it's been great to hear that theme pop up again. It came up yesterday around how we can support small libraries who don't have a lot of staff to service their Koha, to still use Koha and be successful. So thank you, David. And very last of all was Janet McGowan from PDFS Europe. Her title was You Say Tomato, I Say Tomato. Oh, you say tomato, I say tomato. And she wishes she was in tomato. You'll have to watch to the end of her talk to get the rest of it. And yeah, so probably in the beginning of the stream, you might have heard me say that she had lots of great tips. She'd picked only a few ways that Koha can be customised or personalised to individual libraries. She put emphasis on the things that librarians can do themselves, or super librarians or systems librarians or whoever it is who does that job on the Koha you use. So lots of different things we can do, and also some nice examples of where we used to do it a little bit of a tricky way, and now we've got this nice system preference in Koha and we can do it a nice easy way. So we also saw the progression of an idea to a fiddly code solution to a nice easy solution, where there's been investment in a feature in Koha to make that easier for everyone who uses it. So it was a big day. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening. Thank you for questions, for watching. Please do chat to us, drop us messages on Twitter or in Slido if you want to ask any questions of the presenters or just of the conference. If you want to know anything at all, love to hear from you and look forward to hearing your responses. So we will be back here tomorrow, conference day 3, the very last day. We'll be here in New Zealand at 9 a.m, starting with a keynote called Web Accessibility for Your Online Libraries. He's an excellent presenter, Julius Serrano, first thing tomorrow, talking about web accessibility, and I really encourage you to come, but also encourage some colleagues to watch that one, because anyone who does anything on the internet should think about these topics, so please do share that one far and wide. So we'll see you back at 9 tomorrow. And just a couple of notes for those who are here on Wednesday for the day. I just like to encourage people to be, moving away from the mic, to be here for the Koha Awards ceremony, which is starting at 3:40 tomorrow. Especially if you've been working on the Koha project a very long time, we'd really like to see you there. So would really encourage people to be watching either online or in person for that tomorrow. And then for those of us in Aotearoa, New Zealand, who are going out for dinner tomorrow night, we are going to meet, the conference finishes at 5 tomorrow, so we're going to just head off together at 5 o'clock and go and have a cocktail at the library bar, which the library bar sponsored us for. And then, so imagine we'll get there sometime from 5:30. The organisers might be a little later because we're packing up, but 5:45 maybe. And then we'll head out to dinner from there. So we'll make sure everyone who's coming knows where we're going for dinner. We haven't organised that yet. We just have kept that cruisy, but we're looking forward to it. Okay, good night everybody, and we'll see you back tomorrow. Ka kite.